Alright, and we're back in it. So, as I said I was gonna do, I did some grinding last night and this morning. This way, one, I stayed fresh in how the game worked and everything, so that I wouldn't get that tiny little bit of rust that could make or break getting through the rest of this. And to make sure that we were strong enough. So, to show you what I've done, take a look over at Claw. You'll notice I've maxed out Enchant. I no longer need to have the Claw Crest on hand in order to have the benefits of the Claw Crest. So, leveling them is currently on hold. Bomb is basically done. I don't really need to do anything else with Bomb. I'll probably sit there and raise their attack the rest of the way up just to finish that off in case that affects Crimson Carnage like we discussed before. I have put on Guilt for now because of the fact that base with Enchant they have an extra 20 attack bonus for Siege. So I may as well roll with that. And it gives us the extra 2 attacks in each combo, which will allow me more room to jump out of a combo as needed. I'll probably be doing similar with them, where I sit there and raise attack to max after getting Midnight Punisher 3. I don't know if I'll worry about getting the 5th Legionnaire anytime quick. We are making enough experience that I could easily max them out pretty quickly. I debated keeping Hatred on board, or now that I don't need Claw, and in the interest of opening everything possible, I probably should have them out. But I just don't really care for their attack combo, and I don't really care for Breakdown. I don't know if Breakdown level 2 gets significantly better or not. That sounds like it's better, but I don't know that. And the bad karma move they have really just doesn't seem to do anything. So I'd have no reason to have them. I did not have time to grind to raise Malice up like I wanted to, because that was going to be the other thing I wanted to do, was raise Guilt up to be comparable to what I've been working on with these two, which I mostly got that done. But I also wanted Malice to be up in case I needed Malice for something. That sadly didn't happen because grinding this took a bit longer than I thought it would. And part of that was me getting distracted, part of that was, honestly, looping this section at the beginning of the stage we were at the end of last session was a little slower than I thought it would be. But I was coming out of each trip basically with 500,000 experience. I did admittedly use up all of the experience increasing gems that we had on hand in order to make sure that I got this done. All of those went into getting the last bit needed for Claw to not need to be leveled anymore. Will Claw still come back out at some point? Probably. I'll more than likely use them if I can't get Malice on the course I want it to be by the end of the game. Is a reminder to everyone that may have missed it, or, yeah, if you missed it last time or are new to the series, I have not played from this stage forward. I have never seen any of this. So I don't know what I'm getting into, which is why I'm making sure to be prepared. We know how this stage goes at this point, both because I've ground it up to hell and gone, and the fact that we ended last session with the boss of this stage, the Spider. You'll notice we do hit a little bit harder, and the slam on the end of the combo is back, which really just crushes through things, health bars. If I can stay on the ground, I am significantly stronger than I was before, thanks to having Guilt on inside. Hit again. That said, our main strategy really hasn't changed. It's still primarily keep on exploding everything that offends me. Because, you know, when is that ever really going to change for me? But I can attack a little more aggressively with just basic attacks now and feel better about it. Because I have that convenient bailout still, even without the Claw Legion. Now, a good thought that could have occurred to me when the option came up before is I could have used the boost on Guilt and then not needed to have them on hand instead, and still had the extra combo and the increased attack. But I didn't think that through at the time, mostly because I knew I was always going to want the effects of Claw because of the double jump and everything, and how necessary that is for getting to a lot of extra items. That was already proven by the previous 2 stages. But I'm assuming that I'm going to get more than one of those breaking items that let me get the extra levels. So more than likely, the next one's probably going to go into Guild, and then I don't have to have them on the team anymore either. Because in terms of actually using them, I don't really use them. Like, the only thing I seem to use anymore is I just kick bombs at things. But I probably would actually summon the Guilt Legion if I felt like I was overwhelmed. Which is why they're the ones I have out other than the attack bonus. I still haven't figured out how to get in here either. I fiddled around with this a bunch, like tried kicking bombs at it since it had the bomb symbol on it. It didn't work. I looked all around this area, couldn't make sense of it. Could not find a way to open this. So don't expect me to be getting the items that are in here, even though I would love to get the 2 boosts, the 2 heals, and the Thanatos chip. I just have no idea how to get in there. I did find this up here, though, which I missed last time, which has a defense boost in it. Because I think we were just too busy fighting our way through there, so I did not look up enough to notice that. And I did take a look at what's behind the thing we saw that needed hatred. It wasn't worth it. It was a nice benefit, but not worth dragging that crest through here when it's still not good for me. Like, I'm sure the crest itself isn't bad in any real way. It just doesn't suit me. And I once again had one of those weird situations where these spawners died really fast. Multiple times during my grinding, the spawner died in like 3 hits. And I'm once again thinking it's at a certain phase in eliminating its defenses. It ends up being more fragile. Because you'll notice now that a bunch of them are gone, it died a lot faster. That's where that theory comes from. The situation's exactly like that. Oh yeah, I also have Ground Zero now, which is that charge attack I was talking about before. I forgot to go over that when I was pointing out the upgrades to the Legions. Ow. Alright. No fun allowed then, huh? Okay. Everything blows up then. Just as well for me, because blowing everything up is fun for me. Just means nobody else gets to have any fun. And you know what? That's fine by me. But you'll notice the final hit on that combo is strong enough to knock one of these big guys to the ground. And so is Ground Zero, which is why that charge attack is kinda handy. Because it costs nothing and can slap one of these guys to the ground. It lends itself to giving me more options in combat. And if anybody's been paying attention, you know I like options. I would rather have more options than actually be more powerful. And that may sound like insanity to some people. And it probably is. But I never said I wasn't insane to begin with. So, you know, I got that going. Not sure if that's going for me or going against me. Probably a bit of both. But, you know, I'll get over it. And of course, since I still have Blasphemy equipped, I still have Air Blaze. So I'll still be making use of that as well. Oh, I forgot. There's actually a second spawner up here in this little fight. When you kill the targets, though, it despawns. I don't know what its purpose is. It didn't drop anything when I killed it. So I think it's just there as, like, a thing. I think that's what was making the guns reappear. I'm not sure. Because I destroyed it without killing all the secondary targets. And the secondary targets spawned anyway. So I wanted to see if, like, that's why those were spawning. That was not the answer. It's important to note also, I can charge Ground Zero mid-combo. As long as I'm not actively pressing the button, I can hold a charge. Like, it's kind of crazy just how much I can make use of Ground Zero as needed. The only problem with it is I can't tell when it's charged. I have not seen a visual or audio cue for it charging. So I have to just kind of wing it a little bit and just know that it's charged. It does not take long to charge, however. It's like a beat of 1, 2, 3 almost. Maybe not even that much. I'm kind of hoping that Ground Zero will allow me to just, like, knock the legs right off the wall if I get a good hit with it. I have a feeling I'm wrong about that, and I'm going to be unhappy. But it's one of those... I'm running out of ideas to try. So... I may as well give it a go. Didn't really want to have to burn a heal, but in order to live through this, I'm going to have to. So I got a little too greedy trying to both explain things and go for these guys at the same time. Because what I should have done was dispose of this other gun before going in on them. But I did this enough times doing it the way I just was doing it that I'm like, it'll be fine. Forgetting the fact that the second the camera's on, of course something's going to go wrong when you try to do the same thing again. Yeah, basically, anytime I have to wait for something to do a move, I may as well charge another Ground Zero. And then just slam it into them on the way in. That's what that boils down to. And like in a section like this, I got no reason not to charge. So I may as well charge up. Just have it ready to go. And I did prove that these are just regular spiders, by the by. No threat to anyone. For some reason, they all drop experience gems, though. They have done this every time. I assume it's like a weird generosity thing on the game's part. Making sure you are caught up. And as you can see there, that's the disadvantage to trying to use Ground Zero, though. Is it does have a little bit of a wind-up to it. So if you fuck it up, you're gonna have a real bad day. But that's what the bombs are for, is covering situations where that wouldn't work. Now we have the invisible boys again. One more, I think. Yep. That said, I think Ground Zero does damage to them. Yeah, it does. Because it is a Legion action, because it's an enchant move. Just like the flip will do damage to them and things like that. So if you end up in an absolute emergency and have no energy to fight one of those invisible enemies with, that's how you would damage them, is using moves like that until you generate enough charge to use an actual attack on them. I could heal, but I think I'll be okay. I don't want to go to the left with this kind of health, though. I need to go this way. I've got to be somewhat careful, though. I've also got to remember that I have to start actually playing slightly smarter. Because if I keep playing stupid, not expecting to need to survive, we're not going to get anywhere. Because that was the thing, is I was playing fast and loose the whole time, is no matter where I died along the way, it didn't matter. Because, you know, the goal at the time wasn't to live, it was just to get experience. And even if I died here, for example, I'd come out of this with 25,000 experience, which is nothing to sneeze at on a lot of the Legions. And I did do a run with, I think all but Malice and Arrogance got at least one trip through. So they have a little bit more experience to work with, just not a ton. I was actually having a much harder time getting through here with the Power Legion instead of my usual setup. And I think that was mostly just a matter of I wasn't used to not having the extra jump and such, because this was before I charged up Claw enough that I had the bonus. Yeah, that's the two items I was talking about that you need to get past this for. I think it's like a spirit upgrade and a defense upgrade, or defense and an attack. Which, don't get me wrong, I would not mind having those bonuses. But I can't, like, go in, get that, and then come back out to get the other stuff or anything. So I'd have to have both Power and Blasphemy as my only choices. And I know I keep mixing the two names for each thing. I know what I'm talking about, and anybody paying attention will know what I'm talking about, so I'm not that worried about it. And he got an attack through. Spawn him, get a little bit of health back. There's every possibility that I'll die on my way through this, on this go-round. Because I've not exactly been doing a great job here. And I think I missed the drop from 200 kills. I think we were a little preoccupied with a different problem at that point. Okay, we just needed to get rid of the fire dog, make sure we didn't get surprised by anything with that. Burn the little spiders off of me so I don't get stun locked into a stupid position. I can put myself in a stupid enough position. I don't need their help for that. Yeah, you leave the shield guy alive so that they can't get in here to get at you, and you can just pummel this thing with impunity. And the shield guy will, of course, give you health. Because everything that's left over from the spawner gives you health. And that's the extra attacks in the combo coming into play to help me clear my situation out before I get killed. Getting penned in a little bit here because I don't want to chance stepping out at the wrong time to get past these guys and getting blasted by the artillery. So I'm trying to counter battery fire the artillery here a bit. There we go. without getting blasted by its counterpart. Just keep chopping away. Rip right through everything. Because once this one's gone, all of these guys will despawn, and that will be what gets us our health back. That's the important part of the plan. I don't think I didn't notice you spawning in behind me. No. Now start running forward to make sure I can scoop up a decent amount of this before that happens. Because once that popped, you'll notice a lot of it started fading out immediately. Which makes it kind of problematic. But we got the majority of our health bar back, so that was the important part. And the only thing we missed out on in here is the thing we needed the Hatred Legion to cut open. Which is fine. Grab this large attack up. Which, that leads to me to correcting a statement I made before where I said we weren't getting any of those yet. I actually had a couple larges in my inventory that I didn't realize I picked up. So I didn't show you guys this either, where our attack was at. We were at an even 200 before we came in here. Now we have 225 because we picked up a large and one small. Well, I believe it was. Or was it a large and 3 smalls? Are these 20 or are these 10? They're 20. Yeah, the bonus from one large is the same as the bonus we get from the Guilt Legion. Which, I guess, more or less, the Legions boil down to playstyle choices, basically. Because, for example, you get extra health from the Hatred Legion. So if you're more about survivability, they'd be your choice. Me being my stupid aggressive self, of course, that's why I'm maintaining the mobility of the Claw, and now the damage bonus of Guilt. Which is a hell of a sentence, I gotta tell you. Get so sick of these spiders, though, I gotta tell you. I'm gonna very much be looking forward to when they're no longer a mechanic. Which will hopefully be as soon as this section's over. Yeah, if you want to gain a lot of experience, mosh pitting around in here is a real good way to do that. Since it just keeps spawning big guys and things like that for a bit. Not to mention plenty of big spiders to counterattack and everything. I wanted to get the spiders off of me again. There we go. Clean that out. Yeah, you'll notice just out of what we've done so far, which is admittedly like 3/4 of the stage, we're already up to 800,000 experience. Which, sadly, if you are cutting out of the stage like I was in order to grind, you have to leave half of it behind. Otherwise, I probably would have had most of the legions way up already. But, you know, it's one of those things. Chop, 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 chop. Ow. No, I forgot an item. God damn it. I keep not paying attention for those because I'm too busy focusing on getting through here and keeping my head on my shoulders. But, you know, that is important, but it's unfortunate when you leave a healing item behind because of it. I'm actually not sure if that was a heal or a max health. I think that was actually a max health, since I think came out of the other spawner. Oh, well. Nothing for it. This guy doesn't drop anything, so I'm not going to bother dealing with him. I'm just going to take his things. Thank you. Goodbye. I did kill him when I was grinding experience over and over again, just to get the little bit of extra experience he drops. But for our purposes here, he's pointless. And it's back to spider time. Now, it's worth noting, we are not so much more powerful that I expect this to be easy. Because honestly, we didn't gain that much. We just hit a bit harder and have a couple more tricks up our sleeve. I do not anticipate like a ridiculous blowout in my favor or anything. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Half my tricks aren't going to be helpful because I can't hit it. There we go, that's what I wanted. I wanted to be able to lock the camera on him. Now, our bit of increased power is going to make this quicker, and the extra attack in the combo will also help that whole endeavor. Can you guys do anything, I wonder? Curious to see what they'll do. The answer? Nothing. They just dance around underneath him, trying desperately to get at it, but they can't. That's what I was afraid of, but figured I'd give it a shot, you know? You apparently also can only hit the leg from the front. Hitting it from behind doesn't help, which is upsetting in and of itself. Come on, now. That went under me, and I died to it anyway. Well, this is off to a great start. I got greedy. And I should have healed before that second slash hit me, I would also like to note. But I was not expecting to actually get hit, as one would expect, really. Yeah, we can go through more than half a health bar on that thing if we can actually get to hit it. So... apparently, I just need to take this thing's legs a little more seriously. I say as I get hit by one of them anyway. Good job, me. Way to go. Proud of you. The problem is, since you have to jump... since you have to jump to hit the leg in any real way that I've been able to find... it leaves you super vulnerable to getting smacked out of the air like that. Because you'll notice, even if I jump away after the first jump, it's very easy for it to hit me anyway. And if I jump away too quickly, I then miss my opportunity to finish knocking him down instead, since I have to knock both legs in quick succession. This is just not a good design. Like, I genuinely don't care what anybody has to say about this fight. I personally do not think this is a good design. Concept? Fine. I don't mind having to knock the legs out from under something to kill it. But I think drawn together, these aspects of it are a problem. Like, the spiders are just annoying. They're not really a problem. But they get frustrating when, again, combined with the way the rest of this fight works. And then there's the camera issues in here. When you're in this hallway and you just completely lose control of your camera, more or less. You good there, Spider? You good? You seem to be having a bit of a time. Oh, you can shoot backwards. Good. Good for you. Good for you. Okay, so I can bomb it from behind. I just can't stab it. Interesting. We've learned a thing. I don't know if I wanted to learn that, really. Or whether it's useful to have learned that, but I learned that. There we go. But that's exactly what I mean. You'll notice it took a lot more hits for some reason that time. And, of course, I get stun locked by the shitty spiders. So, hooray for that. This is exactly what I mean about them being a frustrating mechanic. Is like, the only play I would have had to get rid of those, with any guarantee, would be to kick a bomb. And that would do some damage, but it wouldn't do nearly as much as actually getting a real combo in there. So it's just another delaying tactic for this fight, basically. It makes this fight take longer and really doesn't need to be there. And 90% of this fight is basically, oh, you timed something slightly wrong? Oh, so sad for you. You're about to have a really bad day. I expected it to shoot at me while I was having camera problems, because that's what it's done every time so far. Of course, it waits till I'm in a position where I basically can't get away instead. Same idea, really, of just, oh hey, let's go for the most bullshit opportunity we get. Hooray. The mood I'm getting into with this fight already is exactly why I didn't really want to start with this fight, but I didn't have a choice. Yep. I totally wanted to be here for 3 hours with this fight. Yes, yes. Oh, and of course that just clipped through it and went over. Yes, yes, of course. Oh, it's gonna be one of those days, huh? It's gonna be one of those fucking days. Baiting it into stabbing multiple times does seem like it's actually a strategy. I just can't guarantee that I'll be able to do that without getting myself hit. Which is why I haven't done it yet. Can't believe I avoided that one. That I think might have been BS in my favor for a change. Game, please. I just could not get Sieg to let go of that attack for some reason. I waited and he still was committed to that combo instead of moving. I don't know what happened there. Like, this is exactly what I mean. Look how many hits it's taking to make him fall. On the bright side, it is only 2 health bars. Okay. So that's more reasonable than I thought this was going to be. We might actually have this. I hate, with such a passion, how those shots curve. Because that is basically designed to fuck you. Which, you know, it's meant to be designed to fuck you. Don't get me wrong. I don't have a problem with them designing it to kill me. But I would like them to kill me in a more reasonable manner. That one was my own fault. And now I might die to my own stupidity here. Because I'm just trying to end this farce of a fight. Sometime this year. You're gonna shoot. I can feel it. No, chose not to. Until once again I'm in a super vulnerable position. Not that I have a choice, because it delays just long enough that unless I sit there and just basically sit on my thumbs, I basically don't make anything happen, you know? It's a very damned if I do, damned if I don't scenario. Okay, that was enough, thank God. I never want to see that fight again, either. That's what I do. How you doing, Goats Games? Oh good, it is another spiritual gem, so I can slap that into guilt, then.
This wall painting must be the purification of the apocalypse written in the sacred book.
Why?
Zeke?
Why did you kill me?
Seele. Seele! Have you lost your mind?
Yes.
Why? Tell me, Zeke, why did you kill Seele?
Now the truth is coming out. And now things are starting to make sense.
What did you see?
And of course you were waiting here the whole time.
When I read the Apocrypha of Izark, I saw the truth of how Order reeks of evil. Toying with lost souls, and controlling even life and death. Things of such an unholy nature should be destroyed.
Yeah, I more or less grew up with
When the three worlds
this.
are purified, all souls shall find their true place.
Then I will be reunited with Seele.
Not quite how that works, but sure.
I already possess 2 of the 3 sacred glyphs. But still, the time has not yet come. Your soul will be sacrificed for Seele. Until then, you'll serve your penance in the living hell that you've created by your own hand.
Zeke! Zeke!
Where did he go?
You need to rest.
This floor is very good for
What
resting.
makes you fight so hard? I don't know what's happened between you and Delacroix,
A lot.
but you seem to be in a rush to die. Delacroix has killed my brother and my family. That's why I can't stop until I've avenged them.
I don't understand it myself. If I could only atone for the sin that I've committed.
Your sin?
I wasn't able to save even a single woman.
A single woman.
But all I can do is keep fighting.
Sorry, I shouldn't have asked about it. I think you need more rest.
You were told multiple times not to ask about it.
I really don't know anything about Zeke. Nothing at all.
Yes, go run off into the woods, because that's a great idea. That is a great solution to your mistakes here, yes. Yes. Only good things will come of this plan. But yeah, I had this growing up only ever, I think, got to stage 6 back then, and then I made it to stage 7 before getting distracted when I picked this back up a year or two ago. But I never really met anybody who even knew this game existed. Which is not a surprise for me, really. Ah, there we go. Now we can play as Arcia. Which, she doesn't have the legions, and I've never played as her, so I'm gonna have to look at this for a minute. Okay, okay. Down and attack is a kick. Up and kick is the other one. Okay, she can attack while down, which is probably gonna be important. She can also bounce off the ground. Okay. And she counts as having no items because Sieg has all the items. That makes sense. Anything else in here that I didn't see? Lock on is AoE fire, okay. Okay, I think I understand well enough here. We'll find out real soon. I had remembered seeing the player thing. I thought that was actually going to be like a new game plus option, like you could play as someone else and go back through. But it looks like it actually swaps instead. Which makes sense since she ran off into the forest.
The girl leaves the injured man behind to seek revenge. She aims the silver gun. She pulls the trigger. With little reservation for the sake of revenge, with wrath and sorrow.
There we go again. People running off to do things for revenge, only probably to get themselves killed. Okay, so she starts out kicking, and then I can switch to shoot mode. Okay. Now I understand. Okay, they gave me my moment to learn, and now they want me dead again. She got some moves. And that certainly is a thing. Okay, so that's what the special bullets are for. I seem to only get 3 of those. I don't know if they recharge or not, so I'm going to hang on to those a little more than I just did. It makes sense that she would learn how to use her legs better, considering she can't exactly put her guns away conveniently to do much with her hands. Recovery herb. Same thing as those weird healing gems. Okay. Yes. We literally just killed the spider, actually. Funnily enough, Tiny. How you doing? It took 2 tries, even with the upgrades. And now, our previous character is currently laying unconscious in a cabin, and Arcia here kind of went a little crazy after an argument of sorts. And now, she's off doing her own thing for the time being. Which is honestly working out a lot better than I thought it would. So far, so good. It's kind of crazy and makes sense at the same time how her kicks are slower than Sieg's sword. Just gonna keep kicking you in the shins. You guys are all shins, so I'll just keep kicking you everywhere. Ooh, she can shoot in the air. Hang on. Whole new game. Bang, 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 bang. Keep getting shot down by the respawning shooters they've got, though. Okay, her double jump also counts as a hit. Okay. I see a thing. I want it. Gimme. Ah, that's how I get more of the big attack back. Okay. So it's her equivalent of the soul gauge, but she doesn't get it back by attacking enemies. Okay. I feel like they could have literally just made an entire game using what she can do here. Also, kind of expected that spawner to be the end of this fight. Turns out... Oh, there's another one. Didn't see it. That one's on me. I want that. She does seem to have an easier time getting her health back than Sieg does. She doesn't have to worry about a soul gauge, so she keeps getting health from every enemy she kills that drops anything. You... Off the ledge. And it is crazy just how much damage her kicks do to these spawners that have always been such a thorn in my side about being durable and all that. Ooh, I can carry more bullets now. Very good. That was nice, actually, having her land in right as that opened. Okay, so she can get attack and defense increases just like Sieg does, okay. Gonna have to be faster than that. There we go. Ah, okay. She can do that in either form. That didn't work initially for some reason. Taking that and that. It's a good thing I had all that practice using double raid, because her double jump works exactly the same. That was satisfying. It killed the frame rate for a moment, but it was satisfying. Now, I don't know if her gaining experience is actually going to matter, which is why I'm kind of just pushing through this, rather than fighting all of the enemies. And she seems to be at a bit of a disadvantage fighting this many enemies. Like, this feels like she'd have to be very hit and run to survive this situation. Rather than being able to just pile through everything like Sieg does. Which makes sense, because he's got, you know, bullshit magical powers, and she's got feet and gun. I feel like there's a bit of a power difference there, just by default. I can do this, though, apparently. This is the thing I can do. Just keep skating back and forth across it, and they can't do anything about it. Whee! Okay, you know what? Let's speed this process up a little bit, though, shall we? because I didn't want to have to burn any healing in that situation. So I don't know how badly I'm going to need the healing. Oh yeah. Just, oh, big bullet. Too heavy. One sec. Ah, okay. Right, today's Tuesday. Okay, yeah. Saw a notification in a weird spot. Forgot what day of the week it was. I have to imagine shooting a giant energy bullet out of a pair of pistols probably has a fair bit of recoil to it. I don't think they can get me up here. I think I'm pretty much able to just free and clear kill this thing. She spin, she spin, she spin, she spin, she spin, she spin. I honestly don't know. It's some kind of mechanical monstrosity that makes all of the other monsters. That much I know. Beyond that, I don't know. All I know is it needs to go. Hey, there's Xeno. Wait, there's an item over there. I want it. Out of my way. Gimme. Okay, now we're safe again. See, this one's dying a lot faster. This is my perpetual confusion with these spawners. They're the same model, but some of them take a lot more to kill than others. Why? Who can say? Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna have to shoot that spawner. I can't get up there on the ledge with it to fight it safely. With how she's disposing of these things, though, you really think she wouldn't be needing Sieg's help at all. Ooh, just a trail of free goodies up here. I'll be taking all of those, thank you. Yeah. Eek, oh. Everybody get off of me. Just imagine kicking something like that. I can't imagine that that feels good. Like, either the monsters or the weird goo machines that make the monsters. Either one of those probably feels decidedly uncomfortable to kick. Oh, the shooter is still alive. Good. I'm so glad. Oh, we might be about to die here. I need to use an herb. That so nearly ended in tears. Okay. Fuck you, birds! So that worked. Dum-de-dum-dum. Bang 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 bang. No more birds. All of the birds must be shot. Yeah, Tiny, I can see that. I can definitely see that. I am going to actively not think about that, but I can definitely see that. Okay. Got a lot of healing out of that, so that was beautiful. That worked out pretty much perfectly. Whee! SCLP, you'll never catch me. On it. I don't know if these attack ups will carry over or when we switch back to Sieg, but I'm going to make sure to grab them all anyway because I feel like I'm going to need them. Something I keep forgetting is I can't switch modes in the air. I was behind him. Shenanigans game. Shenanigans. Just kick him in the ass. Just keep kicking him in the ass. There we go. I kicked him in the ass so hard it deleted the rest of reality. Daga 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 daga. I mean, it might work. You never know. I've certainly seen weirder workouts work out. Certainly give them some durability. Saw it. Something dropped. Ready to go. I was waiting for something to just pop in the second I walked for the doorway, but looks like that's a transition. Boss fight? Probably boss fight. Oh, I don't like that. Nope, don't like that. That looks an awful lot like the plant boss I hated. And now I've got to fight it with her instead. In a much more open arena. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nothing about this is good. Nope. At least she can hurt the spikes for some reason. Okay, I can't jump down there. Yep, that's what I thought was gonna happen there. I'm getting experience shooting over there, but it's not actually doing anything. This is definitely going to be a fight where it's going to take me a hot minute to figure out what I'm actually supposed to be doing. I'm going to go out on a limb and just kill these, since they're the only thing staying here at the moment. Not the button I meant to press. I was trying to hit the spin, and instead I ended up jumping. Because I was mashing square very hard, and for those wondering, in order to do the spin, I have to hit circle. Okay, I can't actually kick these and do damage to them. My other theory was maybe I'm meant to kick the bombs at him. Ah, I see. When he lifts up to do the quake, I just shoot him. Okay. This was easier than I thought it was. Problem is, more often than not, when he's vulnerable is when I'm also in danger. So. Typical. That's probably the best opportunities when he deploys bombs. I can just fire a ton of rounds into him. Oh, and sometimes you summon just straight up stabby boys, huh? That's fine. Oh, and you brought friends for them, too. How nice for them. And they don't despawn either. So that's upsetting. Thankfully, they die fairly easily. Just like we do. So really, I need to fix that. There we go. There's some healing laying down there. Apparently those bombs can miss, so that's interesting. How on earth? I just physically can't get that. Well, that sucks. Rude. Very, very rude. I have very mixed feelings about this boss fight, but they did provide a ton of healing and energy bullets for this. Oh, each of the smalls is literally only one bullet, though. Yikes. Not the biggest fan of that, but, you know. I wonder if they accounted for people mashing as fast as I'm doing right now when they made this fight. Oh, she actually has, like, a sniping mode that I didn't realize we had. Well, we'll figure that out in a second. Ow, ow, ow. Houston, we have liftoff. Ow. Wow, there's very little room to dodge that one. Especially with these guys in play as well. Yeah, this is getting kinda shitty. I would like to get to play the game. That'd be great. Like, I'm feeling very overwhelmed at this point. And I really don't have much counterplay to this much shit being dropped on my head. Like, oh hey, you wanted to hit the boss? No, no. Get juggled. Spend your whole fight getting juggled. Have fun. Now, of course you opened up the second I tried to clean out some of the goddamn pile. Come on, open up again. Open up. Yay! Open up one more time. There we go. Huge waste of resources, that entire fight. That entire fight was basically set resources on fire as the fight. What in the hell is this? Map selector. Well.
Why have you come here all alone? You've come this far to kill Delacroix? To avenge your family?
That's the only thing left for me.
It's dangerous to try and fight against Delacroix.
But
I guess I've brought all this on.
More or less, yeah, a lot of this is your fault, Sieg. Yeah. That's the thing. I'm having a real back and forth with myself so far about what I remember of this game and what I'm experiencing now. Because I remember this game being really hard. I did admittedly learn that I was partially wrong in thinking how hard this was, because I was doing some of it wrong to begin with. Still goddamn hard, though. That's the back and forth that's on that one. If I hadn't burnt so many bullets, we actually would have had a really good rating on this one. You've now obtained a new map selector. You can now return to a stage that you've already cleared. Okay. And now we're back to being Sieg. Now, I'm assuming that experience probably translated... Yeah, the experience we gained there translated over to the legions I had equipped. Okay. So at least we didn't lose the experience she gained. We'll go ahead and max out Midnight Punisher, because that's one of the main things I use with them. And with 2 million... I could get them their 3rd Legionnaire, but I literally never actually summon Blasphemy, so we'll go ahead and get them their attack boost instead. Again, banking on that actually affecting their assist move. I don't think it does, but it's the only thing I've got to spend the points on, so... That's what happens there. And... we do have the Spiritual Gem. Considering the main thing I keep Blasphemy for is using Crimson Carnage, I want to keep them equipped at all times, which means using the Spiritual Gem on them might not be the best idea. It would get me another ability level for them, which would probably be Crimson Carnage 4. But the other option is I get the option to, like, have all the benefits of Guilt without having that crest equipped, which would open up having Arrogance or Malice or anything I want. So I'm probably going to go with that, and it also, theoretically, will get me more of an attack bonus from them, too. The other thought would be to put it on Malice so I can have the longer or lock-on range without needing to have Malice on hand, but I don't actually use lock-on much aside from when I'm using them. So, it really doesn't matter. I'm not going to use it on Arrogance particularly. Hatred's another theory I could use it for because I'd have the health bonus all the time. But I think I'll go with Guilt. I'm assuming we'll get probably at least one more of those, considering the amount of stages that are left. So what options does that give us for them now? Yeah. Guilt Spirit Transfer, which gives us Dark Ripper, Rising Phoenix, and Ground Zero without having Sword equipped. Which that's all the levels of enchant. So in theory I'll still have the buff from them as well. Midnight Punisher 4 doesn't matter as much to me. 8 Legionnaires stabbing something's cool, but doesn't matter as much as having all the enchant levels available. And what it'll probably boil down to is once we do get that for Guilt, we'll probably move on to having one of the other 3 that are left equipped. But we'll see how that actually plays out. It's kind of unfortunate that we get the map selector now. Because if I had gotten it earlier, I absolutely would have gone to a previous stage and ground everything. Basically, I probably would have just did my grinding by, like, going from the beginning of the game back up to where we were, so we could make sure I cleaned up any missing items, too. But I'm not going to roll back through everything right now. That would just be silly. Especially not since we're if I'm remembering right, like 4 stages out from the end of the game now. 3 or 4. Considering we're now getting to the Forbidden City.
The Forbidden City of Izark, bearing the same name as the Forbidden Apocrypha. There exists a tower in this uninhabited town. Its towering height mirrors the depth of the hidden sin of the town. A man awaits on top of the tower, empowered by hatred, in the hope for purification.
Ooh, new enemy type. Monster Leader. Some monster groups have leaders who command them in attack. These groups are far more formidable than leaderless groups. Okay. So I guess these regular enemies that are with him are like his legion, then. So if I focus him down, they presumably will all fade out. Oh, look at him! He actually knows how to block. Wow! They also hit really hard. Okay, so rushing them down is not exactly the best idea. So that was apparently the target. Okay. Gonna absorb these to get my health back. Give me 1 second to answer a message, though. Of course, I would be responding to this faster if I actually typed properly. That would help a lot, wouldn't it? So they've got some kind of gunners over there, it looks like, that also float a little. And we've got these guys with halberds over here. Can I cross this gap? Nope, they just get to shoot at me for free. Okay. You guys have fun over there. I'm going to be literally anywhere else. Okay, I was having fun fighting you guys. Now it's time to stop playing nice. Apparently they agree. Jesus. Okay, so this is why they give you the ability to go back to previous stages, I guess, is because this is a lot nastier. It's like, the game had already stepped it up a notch when we got to the last couple stages. Now they've apparently jumped it up another step as well. I don't know who you're directing to attack me there, buddy. All your friends are dead. Oh no, you spawned a new one apparently. That's fine. Okay, so I have to kill the whole bunch, not just the leader for that to count. Okay. I'm learning. Okay, these shooters at the very least absolutely must go. The way they interrupt my attacks is unacceptable. You can't just sit here and tell them what to do and not be a part of the fight. No. You must die with your friends. And this is why I have the particular combination that I do. Is because I can just juggle my problems away if I do it right. Right now we have a problem in that I have no healing and I'm very nearly dead. Damn it. I did hit the bomb button, but I did not hit it quick enough. Don't mind me, just had a mild thing come up that I just want to keep up with. So I'll be stopping periodically to reply to that message. Each chain that's happening. Nothing any of you need to worry about or think about. Just something I don't want to keep people waiting about. And if anybody calls me out about plotting, we all know that I'm always plotting something. There's always something cooking. Which admittedly right now includes myself, it's really fucking hot in here again. So I may also go turn the fans on for a little bit again. Since, as usual, there's a disparity across the house because not every room in the house has all this machinery running in it constantly. Oh, I see. I think the spawner is spawning new soldiers for him. And then he is, of course, directing said soldiers. So I wonder, once he's gone, will a new one of him respawn? I want to test the limitations on this. Yes, they do spawn another one of those. Okay. So I need to get through this. Jesus, they hit hard, though. I wonder if this is built for you literally to be grinding out extra health extensions and such. Like, it may be a balance between, hey, you either need to go get the rest of these, or you need to get good. Which we are pretty potent at this point. We are a hell of a lot stronger than we were in the first half of this game. Considering we've basically got the power of 4 legions. Actually, no, we've only got the power of 3 because I'm still carrying guilt. Which, out of context, sounds like a whole other thing, really. Ow. Then again, a lot of things with this game out of context sound real strange. Yep, I fucked up. I saw him coming on the minimap, so I swung in his direction, figuring I'll catch him on the way in. Wham! Dead. Let's see how much experience we pull from the attempts we made. Decent amount. I think we got, what, like 500,000? Something like that? Okay. I might actually need to start using the legions actively again as well, which is why I'm upgrading them. Okay. I know I'm pausing a lot right now, just bear with me while I get that sorted out. I'm gonna go ahead and save just because we did gain more experience out of that. And I think I might actually back up a little bit if I can figure out how to use that map selector. If for nothing else, but curiosity as to whether I can go back and get some of the other extensions and such that we didn't have. Let's see. Okay, I can just straight up go back. Okay. So I'm trying to think, where would I have missed things? Actually, you know what? It'll be a fun little power test to go back to the first real stage and see how much quicker we rip through everything here. Just as like a little palate cleanse. And if somebody could keep a head count, at least vaguely, of how many extensions we pick up, because I'll try to keep a count, but I might forget. So if somebody wants to pay that much attention, I would appreciate it. I would not actually actively ask anyone to do it, but if somebody chooses to do so, I would appreciate that. Am I crazy, or did they spawn more enemies in here? And they're certainly dropping more experience gems than they were before. I wonder if the game is actively aware that we have come back. And they've changed things to account for that, then. Because we certainly were not having experience gems just dropping everywhere when we were here the first time. So what if they straight up designed it so that you could grind easier? Just look at this item drop rate. We were not getting this much stuff before. These were simpler times. I could just mash square and win. That's not saying we can't still mash square and win. It just it works a lot better here. So I would assume, since they are dropping these extensions and such still, that you can just straight up raise your stats by just running back through, like, for example, this stage, like, 4 times. Because this is arguably a very short stage. Now that we're strong enough to kill everything very quickly. And I don't even have to kill these guys, really. This was a Thanatos chip, but now it's an experience gem. That makes sense. Because they don't want you just stacking Thanatos chips to get the full piece for Thanatos. Which I guess that's another thing you would be going back for, wouldn't it? Is to go get all the pieces of Thanatos you didn't get. Which I could do, I guess. Probably should do. And each individual extension's probably a minor enough upgrade that they didn't care about you doing that, because if you wanted to sit there and do it enough for it to matter, you would have earned it at that point by wasting a lot of your time. Remember when, like, 6,000 experience was a lot? Before we were making the 60 and 600 millions? Or thousands, I suppose, at the moment, but you know what I mean. Now we got double jumps and shit to deal with this guy with. Remember when that actually did a lot of damage? Like, I could just bounce off this guy and not care. It's kind of funny, really. I do actually want to do the mechanics for this properly still, though. I can't just bomb him to death like I was hoping I'd be able to. Because the hitbox on him's not where I thought it would be. This would also be a good way to get significantly better ratings on these stages. Just come through when you're super powerful and just grind stage rewards. I do very much appreciate the ability to go back through these stages, though. I wanted that this whole game. Maybe that's what... That might be what these targets and such are based on, actually, is the second trip, not the first trip. I don't know. I suppose they would be possible either way. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. This also would be a time for me to swap out to some of the weaker legions I have and get them some experience, but we also aren't getting that much experience from these stages. We're mostly getting these experience gems, which will work on any legion anyway. Huh. Yeah, we're missing 5 Thanatos chips, and I know where at least one was, though I don't remember which stage it was. I do remember that we actively saw one we didn't get. Actually, no, there's 2. There's 2 I know of. The one we just saw today in the spider place, and then the one over in the other map that I can't remember which one it was. That I saw and had the wrong thing out for. Because it wasn't the ravine, because I had the bombs for that. And it wasn't here. We had bombs for Lakeside. It might have been Core? So I think it was one of the ones after we got bombs available, but I didn't bring bombs with me. So it would have to be one of these 2. And one of these stages was also, like, super rife with rewards, and I don't remember which one it was. This one has a lot of enemies in it, but I don't remember it being that rewarding. Let's go ahead and do a quick redo of Stage 5 with bombs and see if that's the one I'm thinking of, because that's the one I had the shields with me for. That might be the one that was the problem. Wait, no, I did have bombs for this one, didn't I? Did we have bombs and shield? And that was why this one was kind of a pain? It might have been the one before this that I was thinking of, then. Either way, we'll get through this easier than we did last time, for sure. We won't be wasting our time trying to use the shield. And we certainly hit harder. Yep. Just doing a quick redo to get some extra stuff. Oh, the excitement. Ow. Man, we are really taking a significant difference in damage from these things. But I think it's more we have so much more health now, rather than taking significantly less damage. That slam just does ridiculous damage, even to the metal enemies. Oh, okay. Batter up. Ah. I learned a thing. Ground Zero kills these flyers in one shot. Hitting them, however, is a little bit more difficult than it looks, considering they keep dodging me. There we go. So I do have to kill those 2. Okay. Because I was realizing, actually, maybe I don't have to. Nope, I don't have to kill them. Okay. Because it was occurring to me, how was I meant to get to the item without killing them after the doors open? You know? The answer is I kill him first, the door will open, and then we can go get the... Or, no, they disappeared now. So I have no idea how you're meant to get the items from those guys when they die, then. Unless you're just meant not to be able to get them, which is kind of stupid. Because you notice, we can't jump this gap. So if they dropped items, I guess you have to kill them, like, right before you kill him, so you have access to... Ugh. I don't know how that's supposed to work. Aside from not well. Remember when this thing was scary? Now we can just kind of kick it around the room. Though we honestly could have done something like this before with it. I just was playing with the shield, which made me have to be a little bit more dodgy about things. I'm definitely getting my stages mixed up, I think. 'Cause I keep thinking I had bombs for this, but maybe I didn't. Because I remember not destroying the thing hanging out back here. And if I didn't destroy that, that means I didn't have bombs, because I would have had no reason not to. And as I mentioned, the only thing I remember having when I was here was the shields. Because that was the source of a lot of our problems. Did I have, like, shield and bow when I was here or something? Something dumb like that? Or was it shield and swords? Genuinely don't remember. Trying something. Okay, Ground Zero also works against those. Okay. Because if y'all remember, sword attacks aren't supposed to work on these. But I guess since it's more fire than actual, like, sword attack, that's probably why that's working. Still doesn't kill spawners much better. That much is disappointing about it. But I'm learning things. That's the other reason why I'm doing these early stages again a little bit, is to play with some of the new abilities we got and figure out if I'm missing anything with them. Because I feel like I am missing mechanics still. But throughout this game, I've almost always felt like I'm missing a mechanic or two somewhere. Yeah, I remember, because I had to jump through this because I had no means of dealing with these guys. We, of course, have a very easy method for dealing with them now. It's called juggle the shit out of everything with bombs. This is fine. Okay, so if I wanted to grind experience gems, it would appear I can just get a theoretically infinite amount of them right here. Nope, except the respawns aren't dropping them. That's fine. It would appear, by the by, actually, that the final attack of my combo and Ground Zero are the same. You can just call that attack up straight away by using Ground Zero. Because they have the same flame effect, they have the same animation, and they both do the same kind of absurd amount of damage for what they are. We also didn't search this room very thoroughly when we were here last, because we couldn't. Ooh. Gimme. And there's... Ah! That's where another Thanatos piece is. You thought you could hide that from me. Joke's on you. I can fly. That explains why this area was laid out the way it was. Ooh, hello. I guess this would have been your first encounter with flyers if you came over here the first time you were here. It's also a great way to heal. I wish I had actually looked over here before. Oh well. The more you know. So this is the other reason why I was kind of on the fence about nosing around these stages, because I was curious, but I also didn't know whether you guys wanted to sit here and watch me nose around these stages to potentially find nothing. But I suppose this will be more interesting than watching me get my shit kicked in 20 times trying to get through the same stage over and over again. I suppose I shouldn't assume what you guys want to watch anyway. If you weren't enjoying it, you would either leave or tell me, hey, why don't you do this instead, or something like that. I also forgot to check to see if we actually got any of the... got to keep any of the drops from the previous redo. So that's on me. I got too caught up in theorizing things. Which, you know, as usual, that's on me. But if we have any health recoveries when we come out of this stage, we know we got to keep them, because I had no health recoveries before. So that'll be an easy way to keep count. And if we don't get to keep them, that basically means I may as well just open season on those. But since we got to keep the experience gems, I guess that kind of proves the point either way, doesn't it? There we go. Because I seem to recall when I played this once upon a time, I focused a lot on using the Guilt Legion, so you'd think I would remember that Ground Zero hurts these. Which, now that I reflect, I do remember that, and that's why I was confused when I was hitting them before and the sword wasn't doing much, I think. Because there was a conflict in my memory between what this can do and what I can do normally. Because I think the end of the 6-hit combo might do that too? Yes, yes it does. But it's only when you have the Guilt Legion's extra hits on the combo. And I think you have to have the upgraded version for it to actually work as well. Because the final hit of the combo always did more damage, but I think it only starts doing, like, the flame effect and such once you have the maxed out version. Or, not even maxed out, but you know what I mean. The version before you use a spiritual gem on it. Of course, this is the fucking plant again. And I'd say this would be Catharsis as well, but I don't know how good this is gonna feel. And yeah, we did have the crossbows then, because we had to have those for this fight. So I remember using them to defeat the things. Which at this stage of it, I don't even need to pay attention to those. I can just pummel through him. This is going to be a much more awkward version of this fight, though, without a good ability to get rid of those. How much damage does this do? Not as much as sword, okay. Double jump definitely helps for dealing with that part, though. Whee! And I suppose a methodology like this is probably how you actually beat this quickly, is you just go all in. You just gotta be careful when it comes down to the last part of this. Which, there appears to be a safe spot against that part. Even so... Oh. Not there, though. I thought I got away with that. I really thought I got away with that. It's fine. We'll use the small recovery. Because I don't think we'll need too much to finish this fight off. Worst case, I burn a large. I landed on the edge of the circle, figuring I'll be fine. Nope. So I waste 2 heals instead here. Unfortunate. Oh, I popped it open with the kick. That's not what I wanted. This is fine. This is less fine. Because they've got volume of fire going now, so it gets a lot harder to get in. I was hoping to see what the results with lots of health was going to look like. But it's looking like I'm not even going to get a fucking chance to move half the time. Oh, we might actually die here. That would be very upsetting. Now you see the problem I was having when I was younger, though, trying to do this fight without killing the guns. It just gets to be such a constant spam of shots that you can hardly do anything. Nope. Still got me covered even with that, huh? What I should have done before. That should buy me enough time to kill it. I got greedy and tried to rush it, but we got through it. That still was infinitely better a fight than the first time. Oh, we were just over time, too. We would have actually had a double A for time. Sad. So what do our stats look like now? Okay, 240 for attack, 240 for defense, 600 souls still, 470 for health. Yeah, I think our numbers are getting better. And we, of course, have the health recoveries that we ended that with. I could put down a lot of small experience gems on something, which I'll absolutely do the same thing I did yesterday, which was turn the screen cap off while I do that if I choose to do that. Because that's going to get blinding very fast. Do I have enough experience gems to just push them to the amount they need? 1 million... No. I don't think I quite have enough yet. And we did find a little bit there. There's not really gonna be much else to find there, because we jumped around like a crazy person. The only stage left to look at is this one, and this one we kind of rushed through because we were getting our ass kicked. Though before we start the mess that is this stage, let me reply to something important over here. Wanted to get a baseline answer out for that. All I'll say is there is one situation that is going to change a bit going forward. I won't get into nitty-gritty about that right now until I discuss that more. And more things come out clear about that whole situation. And I would prefer they have their own input on that situation as well. Kinda wish I had Claw right about now, or, of course, you know, Malice for the easy answer to these things. Because they're actually more of a problem now, because we don't have Malice with us. And I, of course, didn't finish upgrading the Swordsman, so I can't just swap them out without losing their benefits. It's real satisfying being able to blow up these weak crowds, though. I was looking for the one that had wandered off this way in the hopes that I could catch it. Whack. So I think it's waiting for me to kill the flyers more than anything. The thing is, they pivot so hard off to one side. I keep thinking they're going to charge at me, and then they fly off in a weird direction. There we go. They almost always pivot right. Left for them, right for me. In case anybody's like, well, they'll go to their left. It's like, well, yes. But player relative right. It's like, well, but you see, like, no. None of that. You would almost think there'd be, like, something hidden in one of these alleyways, but there isn't. Apparently. Basically, I'm gonna go over this place with a fine-tooth comb, and then we'll probably go back to making forward progress, or at least attempting to. Because I don't think we'll be able to get that much stronger otherwise at that point. And of course, this is the easy solution to this problem, somewhat. Depending on how much damage this is actually doing to the spawner over there. Which I'm sure it's not an insignificant amount, just not probably as much as I would like it to be. Yeah, it cut it down to about half, so that's not bad. Yeah, I do remember another situation where, back when I played this when I was younger, I spent a lot of time grinding in a really early stage. I don't think it was this one. I think it was actually the one before this. I literally just spent a bunch of time in stage 2, just going nuts. Over and over again. Because I was having trouble in this stage. I'm just checking these side paths since we found that one thing off to the side in that other place. But I don't know if they only just started adding things like that at that stage, or if it always was, because didn't we look around this one a fair bit in some parts of it? As I do remember looking off those edges. And you would think, with it having been literally just yesterday, I'd remember more. But I don't. It is really nice being able to just blow those up in one good kick. And all these small attack ups are going to add up, I'm sure. It may take them a lot to add up. Wait, don't forget to grab that. There we go. I know I'm getting a little bit quieter this time. It's not because I'm focusing, it's because I really don't have much to talk about when we're doing the same thing I already did again. So I'm just kind of letting my brain rest a moment while I redo this. You're kind of seeing the loop I went into when I was doing the grinding last night and this morning. Just run around, murder everything on screen, wash, rinse, repeat. And I'm just kind of reveling in the power difference a little bit, and as well, I admit. Because it does feel really good to be having a lot less trouble getting through this area than we did last time. Like, I'd be lying if I said it doesn't feel good. It honestly feels better. And it's not because it's easier necessarily, it's because I feel like feel less like I'm just sitting there hitting a brick wall, if that makes sense. Because it wasn't a wall of difficulty, it was just a wall of everything takes so much damage to kill. Because we've discussed on numerous occasions how I feel about enemies being super spongy. And, for example, like, these spawners felt mega spongy when we were here the first time. And they're still taking a pounding, even now. But they're not nearly as bad. and I can focus on actually clearing the enemies out and have that feel like it moves at an appreciable pace, instead of feeling like that takes 1,000 hours to do either. So I can clear them out and make sure I'm not missing anything. It's gonna hurt our timer score at the end of this, but I don't think it'll hurt it that much compared to our original score, considering we are clearing through them a lot faster. And I think it's boss time now, question mark? Yep. Round 1 against this guy, which should be significantly quicker. Barring me doing that. Okay, bombs aren't super effective against him either. We can do a lot of cutting damage to him. Like, look how fast we've already gone through half his health. And thanks to the double jumps and the flips and shit we can do, I can avoid a lot of his attacks better than I could before. Apparently he just had a massive amount of iframes there, so that's upsetting. Now he's gonna charge. He did not stun himself, which is mildly upsetting. Yep, I figured I got caught on the rebound on that one. That's fine. For sake of score, I'm gonna go ahead and hit one of the heals. Just because it'll raise our rating here at the end. Look at that boss clear. Not even a minute. That is a perfect demonstration of the power difference, I think, between when we came through there initially and now. And we still got double the special monsters and almost double the smash count. Okay. So let's see where we're at with Guilt. Okay, they have 1 million now. Okay, I'll quickly turn the capture off and spend the gems. Just bear with me a moment while I do that. So that you guys don't get blinded by the blinking. It's not gonna be great for me either, but you know, I can bear with. I can look away from the screen. And judging from what I'm seeing in my peripheral vision behind me while I'm doing that, it's not great. 1, 2... So I'm primarily going to spend enough to get them what they need and then save the rest for whatever I end up choosing. Is the intended plan. Because I don't need to upgrade anything else on them when I trigger the I can carry them without actually having to carry them thing. There we go. The gems have been spent. Now you guys can see again. Guilt Spirit Transfer. Now I can swap out Guilt and not need to worry about that anymore. Ironically enough, I can swap Guilt out without, well, any Guilt. So let's see. There's plus 20 right now. What happens if I swap them out? Do I lose that 20? Okay, I am still going to lose the 20 bonus, even with Spirit Transfer. So that part of my plan didn't work. That's unfortunate. But that's just how that's going to go. It's primarily a choice between Power and Arrow for me right now. And I think I will actually take Power, mostly for the health extension. And I feel like I should give them more of a chance. While Arrow is very handy, I do feel bad about just dismissing the Power Legion pretty much out of hand. And they are the ones that'll get me the only other things I can't reach with bombs. So it all kind of comes together to make that make sense to me. We'll go ahead and get a third one of them going, get them an extra bit of defense. Okay. And that was what I was saving the last gem for, was whichever of the two of those that I picked. Okay. So now that we've done all of that, I think it's time for us to go back to making forward progress. Because otherwise we're never going to make any progress to the end of the game. If we still get our ass kicked, this might be a problem. And we may end up having to go to a third stream to beat the game. We'll find out. I would like to be able to beat it today, but that's going to be a wait-and-see situation on that one. Look how long our health bar is now. Oh, with the extra 100 that Power has given me. And it sure does feel good having that extra set of attacks while also having Power Legion in hand. God damn. This is what made me ultimately choose this Legion, though, is they seem to have good crowd control when they're in play. And what our problem was, we were getting crowded down. So it made sense to have something that can control a situation more for us. The archers weren't going to be able to control a situation for us at all. I can corral some of the enemies while they corral the others, except for the fact that they just got obliterated, apparently. So that's a problem. That is admittedly a problem I had considered, but I figured they'd hold up a bit better than that. Turns out I was wrong. I was very wrong. And I'm not really sure what killed them, because most of them were in my line of sight, and they didn't get hit that hard. But I think they might have just been more fragile than I thought, not having that many defense upgrades yet. Those shooters are also really hard to keep up with. I feel like this is gonna be a situation where I'm still gonna be dying a lot more than I used to, just because these guys deal so much more damage. They're also a lot more aggressive. I don't know if you guys have noticed that. Okay, so that's what that move actually is meant to do. It is a counter move. It's just not a very good one. I can do that too. Shoulder checking little bastard. You see, they'll neckbreaker anybody who hits them. But I have to have them up when that happens. Which is easier said than done, considering the attack timing on a lot of these enemies. And my strategy always used to be, as you might have noticed, singling out a couple enemies, or hitting them all with bombs. These guys don't get singled out that easily, nor are the bombs that effective against them, it seems. Because there's just so many. The bombs might still be the way, though, compared to trying to use that weird counter. Let's see if I can just, like, kind of pick some of them off from here. Or with artillery or something. Aggroing some of them also works. This way I don't have all of them on me. They can jump, but they can't jump through a bomb. I'm out of energy, so I gotta kind of mix it up a bit now. That was purely aimed off the minimap, by the way. That curved kick that hit the guy in the corner. Couldn't actually see it all, as you know. Literally just saw him on the minimap and went, okay, I think I need to pivot it this way to hit him. And lo and behold, got him. There we go. Being just a little bit smarter is paying dividends right now. Rather than diving in like a crazy person and expecting that to work out in my favor somehow. Which the dive in was to get at the archers, don't get me wrong. There was method to my madness with that move to begin with. But we're falling right into the same trap again anyway. Because these guys are really hard to keep hold of. There we go. Come here, you. Die. Enough out of you. Really not happy getting caught by that right there. That's a problem. There we go, that solution continues to work. A sec. Okay. It's looking like I might have to adjust to a more hit-and-run style to fight these guys. Which is basically the solution I had back when enemies were stronger than me before. So really nothing's changed, is what I'm saying. I just can't do the bullshit bomber strategy anymore. I have to stay more mobile. And bomb more opportunistically instead of just everything is solved with explosives. As you can see, for the most part, these guys are very controllable. Just a matter of, I need there not to be too many of them in play at once. Looks like that is a valid path over there. Where it goes, I don't know, but I'm kind of curious about that. Go. Can I actually get down there in any real way? I know that's completely irrelevant to what we're doing, but nope, okay. Because it looks like there's a platform over there and a whole path leading around, so I was like, is there treasure? Goodies? Prizes? Camera doesn't want me to see over there either, which made me suspicious too. But it looks like that's just set dressing. Nope, fuck you. I knew you were gonna try to shoot me before I got to you. I got a counter for that. It's called bomb. Oi, 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 oi. Okay. Football. Boom. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what would happen in football if you fought a bunch of linebackers with high explosives. They would lose. Okay. I don't like this room at all. Thankfully, I can get up here to solve this problem. Controller, please. Controller. I gotta love how, no matter how many times I change the wires, no matter how well it behaves for so long, it still starts sliding out of the wire port, no matter what kind of wire it is. And I know, I could be using it wirelessly. I even bought an adapter for it. Stubborn me still wants to use it wired because then I don't need to think about the battery life at all. Didn't mean to do that. I shoulder charged my way off that ledge and went sailing. Hello. I spy with my little eye something that has prizes. Something that's full of monsters, but has prizes. Gimme, 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 gimme. I know I can't hurt them, but I wanted to get some soul energy out of them in case I was short on it. Okay, so first and foremost, there was this boy back here that I spotted. What? Oh, that must have been a drop from the guy I killed on that ledge. I can't actually reach that. Well, that's upsetting. We have multiple upsetting situations here. don't even know why I'm bothering to kill this, considering if it drops anything, we can't get it. But I think that was mostly just I'm mad because I lost that attack boost that was laying there. You missed me. Oh, it's lesson time for you, you little shit. Come here. Or apparently it's lesson time for me, because I thought he was dead, and he wasn't. Well, joke's on me. Let's see how much experience we got out of that, because I definitely feel like I need to get the Power Legion caught up a little bit. Ooh, not a lot. Okay. Because right now it's feeling like carrying them's not actually helping at all. Initially it felt like they were working, and then they just really stopped. The pull really wouldn't help much. All it would do is it would allow me to pull the ranged enemies to me. Which you would think, in theory, would be powerful as a solution. But in the time it takes me to grab hold of them and pull them to me, I could A, cross the gap in that time frame, B, one of those swordsmen could run up behind me and just shank me anyway. What I might do is, in spite of the fact that I have the ability to use Claw without having it equipped, I might actually equip Claw again anyway, so I can use their assist ability. Need to lay those traps. Or I try using the shields to buy me time and clear some of the crowds down a bit. Because that's the issue I'm having, is I'm getting crowded down from angles that I can't deal with. And this would raise my defense a little bit. And as well. Or I bring the arrows just so I have more soul gauge to lob bombs with. But as we saw, just purely lobbing bombs doesn't actually solve anything anymore. I think I'll bring the Claw Legion back and see if their assist skill helps me at all. Even though it kind of makes that into a waste of the spiritual gem I put in them to a degree. And I think they are organic enemies, so I don't know if they're actually going to do that much damage to them. Yeah, they're not doing much damage at all. They're a good interrupt, and that's about it. Yeah. That's the problem with using that. So I think it is still bombs all the way. And I'm actually going to accept the death here, because we fucked up majorly at the start of this. And I think I'm going to go with my other plan of bringing the archers to have even more energy to fling bombs with, because bombs still seem to be my option as far as the assist skills go. In this way, I don't have to worry as much about having energy on hand to use it, because I'll have more energy available. I just have to be slightly more cautious in terms of my health, because we now have 100 less. Like, we're currently in the game of figuring out what my actual strategy going forward is going to be. Which I stand by the fact that my strategy is probably going to keep changing as we go. Because it's going to have to. This is one thing I can do, though, is shoot at the archers with my own archers. I don't know how much damage that did, though. I feel like it probably didn't do much at all. Because I would assume, based on the way they look, that they are also organic enemies. Yep, we did no damage to him with that. So bringing the archers may have been a horrendous waste of my time. It might actually be better bringing Guilt back, actually, in hindsight. If I'm going to bring one of the legions I am getting the benefits of back. Because they can go toe-to-toe with these guys, probably. They will be fragile and easily destroyed. But they would be able to help me clean the crowd down a little bit and actually do real damage to them. Okay, that was a fast response to that this time. Take a quick peek back to make sure there's no items laying there. There's all these weird, like, little step areas that look like you can go somewhere else, but you can't. They're kind of fucking with me a bit. Ow. Okay, I'm gonna play this out, but I think I might be correct in thinking that I might need to go back to Guilt. In spite of, yet again, that being one that I gave the spiritual gem to. And I'm never giving up on Blasphemy because of the fact that that's such a good counter move. Enemies are about to get to you, you can just kick a bomb to stop their attack. Because it's good on both offense and defense. Until I make a mistake, miss a swing, and got comboed to death. So you know how I said I wasn't going to throw that? Well, it threw on its own. Sword and bomb it is. I have mixed feelings about bringing Guilt into this fight, though, because I feel like they're just gonna get rolled. But I also don't have any better answers, I don't think, at this point. I wish I could pass the experience one Legion has on to the other ones. But I don't think even when they max out, that's an option, but I don't know that for a fact. But if we keep staying stonewalled like this, I don't know if we're going to make it to the end of the game today. Because I was planning on going a little bit shorter than I did yesterday, considering I kind of overshot my mark a little bit yesterday. Okay, that's problem number one with that angle of the plan. Is their targeting decided, hey, let's go bash our face into the spike guys. That's gonna work out great. The 20 extra attack is making us chew through these guys a little better, though, so it kind of is working regardless of whether they were smart enough to be useful. I really just need to be playing a lot better than I am. Because I got complacent because of how powerful I started to feel because of how well the bombs were working. And that's my own fault. That is 110% my own fault. You never should get complacent in a game like this, because it will punish you for it. Let's go ahead and pop a soul recovery and see if I can get them to do something here. They are probably going to just get shreked because I never raised their defense that much. They do a decent whack of damage, though. I'll give them that. They do the decent damage that I was hoping they would do. Have them tangle some of these guys up as well, like that. Makes us not do nearly as much. But they're good for preoccupying enemies, just like the Power Legion was. They're just a little more effective about actually getting something done in the process. Sadly, that's all my legions end up being good for me, is using them as bait. Using them as bait and using them for their passives. Because it's hard to argue with just how much more effective Sieg feels when he's in assault mode on his own. Because the sheer speed drop we have, for example, when we have the Legion out, is just such an easy way to get hit. But on summon, they do actually do pretty good. It's like they just basically get a free hit on their opponents, and then you pull them back. Damn it. I should have healed. I thought I was okay. I wasn't. There's gonna be a few deaths of relearning how to use Guilt as well. Which I suppose that's something I need to remember too, is that a lot of these assist skills are straight up designed to be counter moves. Like I can use the dash of Midnight Ripper to dash through them. Or I use the bombs to straight up counter their attack in the first place. So apparently against him, their attacks just kind of missed there. So I noticed his health bar didn't move, and I wasn't getting hit sounds. So I think he may have just, like, repositioned slightly and then dashed through nothingness, which is upsetting. The amount of hit stun that shoulder charge they do has is also really brutal. Thanks for taking my input in the wrong order there, game. I told him to kick the bomb out, but I think he was still in an animation where he couldn't do it, so he only took the inputs that came after that. And I, in my infinite wisdom, hit kick bomb again, because it's like, oh yeah, that'll fix the problem. No, not at all. Jesus Christ. Alright. Fighting through all of y'all is pointless. Coming through. I learned this before, and for some reason just disregarded the thing I learned. Where I should have just done this. Jumped over everything, killed this, and moved on with my life. Considering we come out of that with more health left. Not what I meant to do. You didn't see that. That was working reasonably effectively. Having them fight as a screening force for me. I start the fight, then jump out, let them dive in, and keep trading back and forth position-wise with them. Till I fuck up and jump into an attack like that. I swapped, game. Come on now. That is not what you were told to do. It worked, but still was absolutely not what I told you to do. Unless I had accidentally swapped before I did the swap and did not realize that. That honestly wouldn't surprise me. Just gang up on that one while the other one can't figure out what's happening. Now get him. And see, this is the other thing. When they can all pile on one guy, they really can lock him down and rip him a new one. We just don't get to do that very often. Especially since it's hard to line that lock-on up just off the cuff like that. Because you probably saw me whip a shot out there, trying to get at that shooter. Because the idea was I was going to lock them onto this guy, have them all go on him, and then I'd keep everybody else busy. Because then they would naturally leash back towards me, kill the other one, and help me duel with these guys. Because that's kind of the point of the Legions, is they're meant to be a number balancer. You have a lot of enemies? Bring some friends. That could have went a lot better, but at least we made it through that instead of dying. Kaboom. There's a whole new meaning to long bomb. Ow. Why I'm making football jokes, I don't know. Probably because of the fact that I'm punting something into a crowd of charging people. That's probably where my brain's at on that one. And running out of things to talk about probably doesn't help. This is what happens when things start to stall out a little bit. It's like, well, what do I talk about now? And the answer is, I don't know. Yeah, there's the spawner. We learned that this guy drops an attack up, so we want to make sure to get a hold of that. But I gotta get up on one of these to get at him. Preferably with Sieg actually jumping when I tell him to jump, instead of fucking up every possible maneuver I could be making in this situation. Everything is awesome, except it isn't. Get off of me. Oh, and that was all for an attack up small, too? Ew. I thought that was gonna be a large. I'm starting to develop a better strategy for this. Somewhat. The big problem I'm running into now is that they start blocking a bunch. And, of course, Guilt can't get through that, because all they do is stab. Damn it. These guys need to fucking go. Oh, hey, I think we're on the other side of that spot where we saw these guys before, because that's where those two assholes are hanging out. Right there. Ooh, life max up. So I doubt this is another convenient bridge that looks a lot like the other bridge that has two floating assholes hanging out on it. You know what I don't appreciate? When they cancel me from being able to use my heal. Because guess who hit the button before he died? This guy. Guess who died anyway? Also this guy. So we've advanced, what, a whole 2 stages in nearly 3 hours at this point? Yeah! Whew. This is why I didn't guarantee that I was going to make it through this. That's why the title is, Can I? Because, I don't know. I genuinely don't know if I can. At the very least, not in the current condition is it guaranteed. There's a part of me that's genuinely wondering if you're intended to have Thanatos back by now. So you'd have, like, Claw and Guilt set up with spiritual gems, and then you'd have Thanatos and whatever your preferred other option is. But you'd be primarily using Thanatos. Just to just plow through things. That would make a degree of sense, but I don't know if that's how it's intended to work? So I don't know if we'd actually have enough chips yet to rebuild Thanatos. Let's look at how many we have, and then consider the ones I couldn't get to. And it might add up. Yeah, because I've got 5 chips, and we know of guaranteed at least 2 other ones. So that would bring us up to 7. It becomes a question mark of whether the last ones in these whether there be 2 other ones in these last couple stages, or if I just missed 2 other ones somewhere. It's hard to say on that one. And I could look it up. I absolutely could just look it up if I wanted to. And if this keeps being this much of a problem, I might actually check to see if there's anything major I missed. Just in case there's something that makes a huge difference. And if the spider wasn't so annoying to kill, I'd actually replay the stage the spider was in to see if I can get those items that were behind those blastable doors again. Actually, I just had a clever idea. I just had a clever idea for making myself more powerful. We're going back to Misty Ravine. I just had an idea. Consider, if you will, a stage that has a lot of items just floating around in it. Like this one. Can I continuously come back and reclaim those items over and over again? If I can, we might have a very quick way to get ourselves powerful enough to solve our current problem. A big determining factor on this, though, is going to be whether those items are still there again or not. Which, considering the consumable healing items were still in the other stage, where they were before, I would assume yes. Don't mind me as I quickly kill my own frame rate for a moment. Having a bit of a time. Everything is okay. Everything is awesome. Because at the very least, the spawners and such will continue to drop their stuff again. Even if, like, all these ledges up here don't have their stuff anymore. But I think... Yep, they're all still here. Which means... Once I can get past this wall... I can guaranteed farm at least one attack up, one defense up, and a large experience every time I come back here. I don't think... Were these experience gems last time? I thought they were like spirit ups or something last time. Yeah, because there was definitely multiple things up here. So the health and spirit ones don't come back. Which I guess that would get more broken than being able to continuously get attack increases and defense increases. So I see why they wouldn't let you keep getting those. But that kind of confuses me why I can actually literally grind additional attack and defense boosts then. And I can at the very least, like, farm life recoveries from some of these guys. Which actually, didn't we get another life up from the spawner now that I think about it? So you technically could still farm those, just you'd have to get them as drops instead of as spawned items. Forgive the deviation here again, I'm just... Oh yeah, that's the other Thanatos chip I was talking about, by the way. I should have brought Power with me. Because that's why we didn't get that chip, is because I didn't have the Power Legion on hand. Which, since I'm probably going to just do this stage again right quick anyway, I'll just bring them on the next trip. And I know, I said I was going to do the grinding off camera and everything. And I did. Or at least I thought I did enough, and then this happened. So, well, here we are. This is our new reality, apparently. The reality in which I have to keep beating my head against a wall. But, you know, this is how you have to beat some of these games. If you can't beat them the way they intend you to, you find a way around. Okay, they're not dropping heals like they did last time. Either they're dropping experience. Which experience is fine, I just can't fucking get at that one because it's underneath this fat bastard. Okay, he dropped a life recovery still. Interesting. I guess the takeaway is, no matter how much I think I'm starting to learn this game's rules, this game then promptly decides to tell me this game has no rules. But as things currently stand, what I'm thinking we'll end up doing is whether we get through the next stage or not. I'll probably play for like another hour or so, because the heat's kind of taking it out of me a little bit. And then I'll do another grind session either tonight or tomorrow. During the day. And then we'll finish this on Thursday, since I already didn't have a plan for Thursday anyway. Does that mean we basically committed the majority of this week to this game? Yes. Is that a problem for me? Not really. I like this game. And it'll be nice to have actually beaten one of the games that has genuinely been a challenge for me through a lot of my life. Because I never could fucking turn this game around enough to beat it. Which is kind of funny in that first try, basically, we plowed past the point I was getting stuck at before. Which I suppose it becomes a matter of commitment at that point. I wasn't that committed before, but now that I'm doing it in front of an audience, the level of commitment I have to actually completing it has gone up. It's like, well, now other people know I've started this, so now I guess I have to finish it. Ignoring the fact that I have actually abandoned projects before already. And I fully admit and acknowledge that I've abandoned multiple projects. Cough, cough, Bomberman at the last stage, cough, cough. Which, speaking of abandoning things, I am once again going to point out I'm not intending on abandoning the Ghouls and Ghosts challenge. That's just going to be Saturday, like I mentioned yesterday. With this then extending into a third stream, that guarantees basically that Ghouls and Ghosts will be Saturday. It's a little unfortunate that I'm basically gonna have to grind as a crutch to get through this. It's a little unfortunate, yeah. But, you know, as need must. And I've spent a lot of time playing games the harder way than they need to be because of the way I play things. So I feel like it's only fair that I allow myself to take the easy route now and then. It could be... I could always have it even easier, too, because I didn't even do what I said I was considering initially, which was dialing it down to easy. And that's another thing, though, is no one should ever feel guilty about having to do, whether they have to or because they choose to, do things the easier way. Life's short. Play the game how you want to play it. If you feel you have to do it on easy difficulty to have it feel fun, then play it on easy. If hard's your jam, well, have fun unhurting yourself, but just remember, you did this to yourself. Because enjoying games being difficult is entirely valid, just like playing games on easy is entirely valid. But I think it's understood that that's two very different mentalities at play there. There's two very different things that people enjoy. And it's also entirely fair for the same person to want different things depending on what type of game it is, too. Like, would I be willing to play higher difficulties of a game like this as opposed to, like, a game like XCOM or a first-person shooter? Absolutely. Because this is a genre I'm actually half decent at. Not that I've been putting the best showing forward for this game, but the point stands. it's also knowledge of what the design methodology for them is. Is lowering the difficulty to counteract the way a game is intended to raise difficulty is entirely fair as well. Like, for example, if you know a game only increases its difficulty by making the enemies significantly harder to kill, for example, but accomplishes nothing else with its difficulty, then yeah, by all fucking means, especially in a case like that, play it on a lower difficulty. Don't waste your time hitting your head against sponge monsters just because of a difficulty setting. I think we can all agree that fighting something with twice as much health that has nothing else about it is pointless. You're just... that is genuinely wasting your time. Because it is mechanically no different than any other version of that enemy. If they are also more dangerous in some way, then sure, that's valid at that point. But if they are just an HP sponge, then fuck that. That's just stupid. Same thing goes with artificial difficulty enhancements, like making enemies just automatically hit you or something. And I say things like automatically hit you because there are, for example, strategy games whose idea of higher difficulty is making it so that your hit percentages still count, but the enemy hit percentage is basically a lie. And I don't say that because of the perception of that, I say that because some games literally in their code do that. Just as a little fun fact for you. I did forget that this thing was here. This makes grinding this place problematic. Did forget that this is a problem. Well then, that puts a damper on my plan. That puts a very big damper on my plan, actually. I mean, we've gotten stronger since this fight, too, so we've got that going for us, but I once again didn't bring anything to shoot at him with to prove whether those would work. So I think we do have... yeah, because we didn't have Carnage level 3 when we did this last time. We have level 3 now. Okay, and it is possible to melee him, you just have to find the right angles. So I was right when I said that before. I just was very on the fence with that because situations were proving otherwise. Ow. But yeah, I don't think I'll be grinding this stage multiple times. Not with this fucking thing here. This thing, just like the spider, makes redoing these stages a problem. Which, on the note of blessings and curses, refighting the bosses is in and of itself a big blessing and a big curse. It's nice to be able to kill them better than you did the first time when you get to refight them. But man, it can suck to have to refight some of these really long, tedious bosses like this guy. It is nice being able to handle these guys a little better than I did the first time, though. And actually being able to chop through his armor with the sword, because I realized this angle exists, is also actually a massive benefit to this fight. Makes me wonder what else I misunderstood about this the first time. The answer? Probably a lot of things. Yep, I ate that one on the chin this time. That's okay. Nope, too many. Of course, being in a calmer state of mind makes this fight a lot better, too. Because I was already getting kind of frustrated and tired by the time we got to this before, which did not help my perception of this fight in any way. Do I think this is a good fight now? No. But it's more reasonable now. I say as I get blasted with a goddamn laser. You know. I can say things and not mean them sometimes. Which I think the main thing helping me deal with these stabby guys, though, is the extended combo giving me the ability to rotate a little bit and reach them. And of course, the massively increased damage we have doesn't hurt. This laser, though, this laser really hurts. Not a fan of this laser. I should stop fucking around and end this. God damn it. Of course, I say that, and he promptly makes it a lot harder to finish the job. I just need to hit him with, like, 2 more. But you'll notice this is going significantly faster this time. Because we have much more powerful shots, and we have a lot more energy to use them. So maybe grinding this stage won't actually be as bad as I was worried it would be. Because I think that took, what, like a third of the time the successful attempt we had on him did? Yeah, we actually made it under the target time. As opposed to, like, the 20 minutes it took us to kill him before. All we get's a small experience gem. Fuck you. Like, that's just rude at that point. We do have a bunch of medium and large experience gems now, and we definitely picked up a few more attack ups and such. Didn't we only have 2 large attack ups before? Now we have 3? Or am I thinking of the defense ones and now I'm confused? I don't know. The honest answer is I don't know. I'm pretty confident we're up on our heal count now. We're just not up on anything else. That was pretty good for experience, though. We absolutely need to raise their defense a little bit. Raising their attack would be good. Getting another Legionnaire for them could be helpful if I'm actually going to bring them into combat. Which, it's looking like I'm going to. So let's go ahead and use the large crystal we got on them. Because it looks like we might be able to farm large crystals by doing that stage. I don't know that for a fact, but that's just how that's looking to me right now. So we'll go ahead and get a 5th Guild Legionnaire. Which having 6 of them would be ridiculous, but 8 million is a lot of experience. There we go. Increasing their defense should help. Against my better judgment, and as soon as I say that, anybody listening can probably guess what I'm about to do. Against my better judgment, I am going to go back into the ravine stage one more time. And we're gonna go get the thing that's behind the power door. We're going to be down 20 attack, though, which is going to make the final fight a little bit rougher. Only a little bit. But it is going to be a noticeable amount, probably. Just look at how much easier this is going, though, compared to the first time we did this stage. It's ridiculous. And yeah, that is a life max up every time. That was the other reason why I wanted to come back in here, is I wanted to make sure I wasn't crazy on that score there. And yeah, that is still going to be an attack up, a defense up. They just won't keep giving me the heal. Or was that a health increase here? It is still a large experience every time, though, and I think all of these are mediums and smalls that are floating around here. I'm slightly mad now, though, that I did my grinding initially before we got the goddamn map selector, because I didn't know it existed. This is just like, man, really? Yeah, because that is a guaranteed small life recovery every time. We get a small life increase guaranteed every time, and at least one attack and defense increase every time. Which at 5 points each, that is still significant. And of course we get the other life extension here. But the most important bit is I want that Thanatos piece, in case I do actually go out of my way to figure out where the ones I'm missing are and how to get that gate open that has the last one. Or at least what I would assume is the last one. Yep, I swung one too many times. I was afraid of that. It's fine. We'll live. As you notice, a lot of this really ain't hurting us that much anymore. Used to be that every time we got hit by any of this, we'd be in danger. Now it's like, well, that's an inconvenience. So that just goes to show just how dangerous those enemies in the latest area are. And it's contributing to the fact that to the reason why I don't feel too guilty about grinding. Because otherwise, I would just tough it out and figure out a different strategy or something. The sheer power difference between even this area that gave us trouble not even 3 stages ago and the stage we're dealing with now, it's very noticeable. I forget what I get for breaking this, but I may as well while I'm here. It is worth noting that it's not even a matter of these guys doing that much less damage. We have that much more health. between the Legion bonus that I'm carrying and all of the health extensions we picked up between the last couple stages. Yeah, it's just a small experience gem, so it's not worth killing that off every time I do this stage, then. How many spirit increases do I have right now? Not actually as many as I would have expected, but I'm going to use one right now. Just to expedite this part. Not for killing these guys specifically, but for when the invisible guys show up in this part. This way we have more than 6 bars to hit them with. So I don't have to recharge at all during that. I'll just have enough to kill both of them. But I freely acknowledge that what I'm doing at this point is not very interesting to watch. I do want to make that clear right now as well. It's just a means to an end at this point. But we hit this point early enough that I can't just do what I did yesterday of like, okay, yeah, this is getting annoying, I'm gonna back up, grind, and come back at this. So technically, I guess I still could, I just would have to switch games for the next, like, hour or two. But since I was only planning on going for another, like, hour anyway, this works out just as well. Ooh, both of them dropped life max-ups. I did not realize that. And with the boost from Hatred, we actually have our health bar almost reaching the other end of the screen. Is another thing I didn't properly process till now. Which, as a joke, I did kind of want to see if I could get the health bar across the screen and see if it would go off the other end. So that's a temptation as well. These spike guys are so annoying when combined with these shooters. Jesus Christ. Die for your sins. Specifically your sin of pissing me off. Oy, 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 oy. And I will say another thing as well, actually, on the note of schedules and things like that. I have been on a real kick of games of this type. So I wonder if I should just, like how I did Metroidvanias for a good long while. I wonder if I should just play a bunch of games like this for a while. Would people actually watch that? I suppose is the more important question out of that. There we go. And that's how they break things, by the way, is you kind of have to lock them onto it because they get a little stupid. But once they're locked on, they just have to do a basic attack and they break those open. So they're actually more cost-effective about breaking blocks than the bombers are. But they only can break a couple blocks that we've seen so far. Whereas the bombers break open a lot of them. Another defense up. Are we up to 30 defense ups by now? Might even have more than that. We're past 30 life maxes. We're almost to 30 defense ups. Okay. So that's 100... That'll... Once I get the 30th one, that'll be 150 defense by itself, just with the small defense ups. And I'm still sometimes getting shredded by enemies. So just let that sink in. And let it stand that I probably should have played this on easy. But at this point, we're committed, so... This is my life now. And this does just mean that I might need to just grind harder than I did last time. So I only did a handful of upgrades last time, honestly. I did not grind much, because there was no efficient way to grind. Oh hey, they actually gave me... Ooh, I wonder if there's like a set amount of these things you're allowed to have, and then they drop or don't drop. It may not be because of how many times you've been on the map or anything. Because you'll notice we spent a spirit recovery and then there was one there. Timed that just slightly wrong, but that's okay. I was gonna slash at him and then he was getting ready to leave, so it made more sense to just bomb him. That seemed effective. There we go. Now we're getting somewhere. This is definitely a lot faster. Which really shouldn't surprise anybody. I just don't know how I didn't figure this out the first time. That's what's really bugging me now. It's like, I easily had this understood, but apparently I just was stupid yesterday. Which, you know, that's nothing new. I do plenty of stupid. Next, you'll tell me no, okay, I at least can't reach from here. That was something I desperately needed to prove to myself, or I was going to lose my mind. This is fine. Okay, so I guess it's a matter of, it'll drop the experience gems and such if you're at the cap for a consumable item. There might even be a cap for the stat increases too. I went one too many swings that time, but it's okay. We got lots of bombs loaded in. Boop, 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 boop. Son of a bitch. Boop, boop. 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 That felt a lot better. Getting through the majority of its health as soon as we cracked the shell was very nice, by comparison to how it's been happening before. And you can actually hit him with the sword. You can actually hit the weak point with the sword, it's just hard. Okay. That, too, makes me feel a lot better about this fight. Still don't like this fight, but, you know. That makes it a lot more reasonable. Because that was significantly faster. Again, I don't know how I wasn't hitting that before then. I think... Is that our first AA? That might be the only AA we've ever gotten in this game. Of course, it's on a stage replay, but, you know, it's fine. Goddamn, 4 million. Oh, we've practically maxed out bombs. I may as well finish their stats off, but I'll worry about that when I have enough to just buy it all in one go, which will probably be while I'm grinding. It's kind of funny how I said yesterday that they're kind of gimmicky and I probably won't use them that much, and here they are being the one that I'm gonna max out first. I shouldn't be surprised by that at all, really. That's how I do. Right, that's why Guilt didn't get any, because I had power on hand for this one. Right. May as well further increase the life max out we got from them. I don't know about that one. I think I'm actually going to raise their defense more. Because they were getting destroyed previously. Now, despite being curious about whether I did anything wrong with the spider fight that I'll now do better at, I'm not going back in there right now. I probably won't go back in there until I look up how to get into the cage that's in there and get the Thanatos piece that's in there. Let's try this stage again a couple times and see if we're better enough now. Though I forgot to switch back to Guilt, so that's unfortunate. But we'll try it with the massively extended health bar. I don't know how he dodged my attack by just doing that little hop. That seems like shenanigans. Okay. And I'll give this stage credit for one thing. They do heal you back up a decent amount with the amount of enemies that there are, as long as you can get through them. Getting through them is the tricky part of that whole plan. I might be onto something with that idea. The bomb and then ground zero, bomb, ground zero, bomb, ground zero. That way I have stage control. I say as I miss like 6 attacks back to back. Oh, come on now. Why did that go through him like that? I mean, I know it actually ended up missing, but that was not where that was intended to be going. The idea between doing these two singular heavy attacks is the fact that I'm not locked in as much as I am into doing a whole combo. And I can also, as you saw there, throw enemies into other enemies to do damage to them. So I don't have to get in the crowd as much to deal with the crowd, either. And it's slightly more cost-effective than many, many, many bombs. Did I nearly kill him in one shot? I think I did. Of course, I have no reason to even be fighting these guys this much, either. We proved that I can just hop through and deal with this. But I also wanted to prove to myself that I can actually fight them if I'm just slightly goddamn smarter than I've been. It makes a huge difference. So I think I've been kind of defeating myself a little bit here by convincing myself that these guys are a lot stronger than they actually are. They are absolutely very strong, but they're not, like, unbeatably strong. Because much like in the earlier parts of this game, it's mostly a matter of just when you make a mistake, the game will punish the shit out of you. The grinding is more gonna just give me more leeway to make mistakes, which are invariably going to happen. Hence why it's actually worth preparing for them. And that blocking that they're doing is the other reason why I'm just throwing bombs and ground zeros out for the most part. So that they can't block. So I noticed that they can't block those charge attacks. Oh, this is a problem. I've now gotten both sets of enemies involved at the same time, which is the opposite of what I wanted. Especially when I miss a kick and it just goes out into the fucking air. That's embarrassing. Okay. Let's do that, but better, shall we? Come get me. Bam! So I think part of what kind of put me in that cycle of I'm shocked at how much less effective I'm being is the fact that my bombs aren't scaling anymore. Because they physically can't. Unless I put a spiritual gem in there, which I'm hoping we get one in this stage, because that's probably where it's going to go, is into Blasphemy. So I'm running out of things that have a meaningful bonus. At least a meaningful bonus for me. Which a spiritual gem for them is only gonna mean that I have a higher cap for their abilities. It's not actually gonna mean that I'm swapping them out. Because I wouldn't be gaining anything by swapping them out particularly, aside from I'm guaranteed to still have Air Blaze. Which, as much as I love using Air Blaze, it is a death trap to use sometimes. So it would not be a priority usage option. Oh, and I will say, keep an eye on Twitter in terms of the changes I was talking about that might be coming up. I will most likely put a post there to explain my plans with that and things of that nature. Though those that don't pay attention to Twitter, don't worry, you'll probably hear somewhat of an explanation of my plans going forward once those plans are concrete enough. Which will probably be by the end of this week. There's changes, they are a-coming. But as I said when I mentioned this earlier in the stream, changes are always coming. I've always got some shenanigans planned, some nonsense, some change that I want to try to do. Whether those changes work out at all, ever, always remains to be seen. Or whether I stick to those changes, because we've definitely had a couple things I tried to change, and then I realized I didn't like it, and I reverted that change. And I do hope to do more model work and such before Thursday as well, but we'll see how that plays out. Because that's going to be motivation, time, and etc. dependent. And we all know how well that usually works out as well. I could very easily get distracted by something else, and that whole plan goes out the window. Oh, this is why Air Blaze is a risk. That hang you do right before it goes off can very easily just get you knocked right out of the air. Or like a fool. Still, I think we handled that bunch better? Question mark? And since I'm bouncing around from thought to thought here, just bear with me as I ping-pong around. As to the thought about playing more games like this, I was considering Drakengard since the second game is one of the few games I had beaten before I started actually really focusing on beating games, for example. So I've got a decent attachment to that. But I also know that there are parts of that game that will piss me off. Because there are a couple fights in that game that suck. So I don't really know if I want to deal with that game again. I haven't played the first one. So I was debating that, but it also is kind of clunky and did not run well on emulation when I tried it before. So I don't know if that's going to happen yet. I've got a couple oddball games like this that I've played in the past that I might run. I don't know if I would run those for completion's sake, but I might like just do a day where I do a bunch of the odd games of this style that people probably haven't heard of. And we'll see where that goes. Similar case with Ninja Gaiden Sigma, since I don't really have a good way of doing Ninja Gaiden Black, which is kind of split into Sigma 1 and 2, irregardless, so the content's still there. It's weird. That whole situation's weird. You'd want to look up that whole thing rather than ask me about that, because I don't know the details of that, I just know from playing both of them that that's where that appeared. And there's some slight decrease in satisfaction in the Sigma games, of course, as well, because they took away the blood and the dismemberment a bit. Which, you know, probably for the best, but at the same time, it really is cathartic when you can rip an opponent apart that's been causing you problems for hours on end. I do know that people have made mods to fix the fact that they took away the blood and gore. But at the same time, for stream, I might leave the blood and gore out either way. That's probably for the best. But I'm also kind of on the fence of doing all 3 of those, or only doing 2 and 3 since I've already beaten Sigma 1, for example. And again, similar to my discussion with Drakengard 2, there's at least one fight I can think of in there that would make me want to end stream and throw something out a window. So it wouldn't be ideal. Now, I don't know if there's going to be similar problems in the other 2 games in that series, though, because I remember hearing that Sigma 3 kind of stinks. And I do remember having a little bit of trouble with what I did play of Sigma 2. So, that would be a thing. Now, that's what puts me on the fence with that idea as well. I'm just... Since I don't have much else to talk about, just opening my thoughts up so you guys understand why some of the things I own don't see stream time. Because, honestly, I know myself, and I know where some of those will go, and that's why that doesn't happen. Am I trying to be better about that? Yeah. But that's exactly why it's better not to do that. Because I then don't put myself in a position where I will get that angry at something. These, I presume, would have been healing items, but since we came into the stage with more than we were supposed to have, we couldn't get those anymore. Oh, is that the end of the stage? Nope. Okay. Still, this is farther into this stage than we've made it any other attempt so far. So we've got that going for us. Oh, I thought they were aiming... I thought they were both aiming straight ahead of themselves. Turns out I was wrong. Yeah, maybe I'll sit down and, like, do one of those sampler days of just this genre. Because I have more than enough options for that. And that's without even touching on well-known series like Devil May Cry and such. Though arguably that would be the smarter course. They're kind of done to death a little bit, so... Oh, that's new. Bombing him seems to just be making him mad. I have concerns. If he wasn't still behind me, that actually would have worked beautifully. Because the idea was to vault over them and then swing out with the charge attack and clean house. Which would have worked perfectly if it weren't for that meddling guard that wasn't dead. Well, that went awry, but it's okay. God damn it. You move fast for a big guy, you know that? Ow. Give you a compliment, you punch me in the dick. Remind me not to give you compliments anymore. This is just going poorly now. Jesus. Can I get a move, please? Fuck you. Oof. Give me this. It's only a small, but I'll take it. I need every fucking thing I can get, apparently. Since I'm starting to bounce off some of these guys again. I have regret. The only thing I don't regret is how many bombs I'm carrying right now. I don't know what the hell this is, but I don't like it. So I'm blowing it up. Legitimately, all I could see was giant angry fat man. Nothing else could fit on screen. Oh. That was for a Thanatos chip. Okay, so we know where another one is now, then. Even if we don't make it through this stage, we now know where that one is. So I think we're missing one we know about and one we don't, then? Question mark? Yes, we're missing one we know how to get to, but... Well, we know where it is, but we don't know how to get to, and we're missing one we don't know where it even is. Which, since there was one here, there might be one in the next stage, then. I have not been paying attention where we've been getting them enough to know if there was a pattern. It's not every other stage, guaranteed, because both the Misty Ridge and the Spider Place both had one, and those stages are side by side. And they're both stages with a boss fight, too, so it's not like I could say, well, maybe it's one or the other on that. Unless maybe it's only stages that have a boss that have it. No, because there was a stage where we got one at the early bit of the game where there wasn't a boss, but we got one at the end of the stage. So there's not a united rule on that either. I'm sure I'll figure something out. I don't like anything about what I'm seeing here. Let's make it so I don't see it anymore. For those who don't know, by the way, until the bomb goes off, I can't kick another one. So it's especially bad when I kick one out into the distance like that. There we go. Dealt with. Stage ending, or is it boss time? It's boss time. Okay. Ooh, boy. All the more reason that we're ending after this, then. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why are you back? Oh, and you're reassembling, too. Good, good, I'm glad. I'm happy for you. So we just have to fight this guy, but with even more annoying allies. Good, good, I'm glad. I'm so happy. Oh, and you still do that, huh? Hang on. I need to change my expression to reflect how I feel right now. There we go. That's more accurate to how I feel right now. Well, it's a good thing we learned how best to kill this thing by grinding that other stage, eh? And yes, I added that anger toggle before the spider fight, but I forgot to use it yesterday. God damn it. I could feel it in my bones that he was gonna do it soon. I will say, these guys don't move as well as the green guys did, so I can kind of dodge them a little better, because they're not so smart. And we're better prepared, because I have a ton of healing available. And this seems a little more consistent about me being able to melee it, too. I really dislike the fact that out of all of the bosses in this game, I have to refight this stupid thing, though. It's almost like they went, you know, everybody probably hated this. Let's have them fight it again. Let's go ahead and heal and get our energy up. Because we'll be breaking through in order to be able to get at the weak point again soon. Yep, there's the weak point, and that's the laser in my face. But it's fine. As we learned in my grinding, you can actually hit that with your sword, which helps immensely. Take note the fact that there is 3 health bars on this fucker this time, though. God damn it, his friends are body blocking hard. Ready for you this time, you piece of shit. You have no way to win at this point. Just die. And we get another spiritual gem. Excellent. Woo! Double A. After copious amounts of pain, misery, and aggravation, we got a very good rank out of that stage. Whew. I'm now very sad I didn't have Guilt equipped for that, though, because now they didn't get the experience. But the bright side is I can actually power up this Legion a bunch. Bring them up to 4 of them. Raise their attack 2 levels. And as I said I was gonna do, I am putting that spiritual gem on my bombs. And they've got more than enough experience to make use of that increase. Or not. Wow, Crimson Carnage 4 is expensive. And I could get this, but You'll notice, literally, it says right on here, use Airblaze level 2 even without equipping a bomb crest. There's no point in doing that just for Airblaze. With how that fight played out, though, I'm now at an impasse, mentally, here. Because we finally got through that stage, and I'm feeling better. But I'm very worried about how this next stage is gonna go, and I'm pretty sure there's only 2 stages after this. But it also took us like 2 hours just to get through this stage. So I tell you what, I'll try this stage now. And depending on how it goes, we'll either try to push through or we won't. We'll go with that. I did forget to switch back to Guilt again, but it's okay. I also can't help but notice that we didn't get any plot or anything anymore. Ow. Joke's on you, you can't hide from me that way. Neener, neener, you can't catch me. Ow. You know, every time I say something like that is when I get hit. I can't help but notice a consistency with that. Be taking this. Whiff. Just Yoshi him on my way up. Up. Drop a thing. You didn't drop a thing. Sad. Because for those of you that remember when I went to Stage 3 and had a hell of a time there, the stages seem to go in kind of cycles, where one stage is awful, and then the stage after it's not as bad. So I'm wondering if this is going to be another stage that's not super nasty comparative or to the one right before it. And I'm assuming I have to kill this guy to get past this gate to get at what's behind him here. Yep. Okay. But it's a trap. Of course it is. Can't say I'm surprised by that. Ow. You know, I said the stage ain't that bad. I'm getting ready to take that back because of my own life choices. But, at the same time, this isn't the stage's fault. This is me going for an extra upgrade that's sitting over there. So this is my own fault. And really, those golems are just hard to kill. They're not actually super dangerous. Oh, and it was a small... Damn it. I thought that was a large... I'm not sure that was worth it for 5 attack points, but we did it, so too late. Fuck you. I can shoot further than you can. Anything you can do, I can do better. The only thing you can do is more than me. Ow. Alright, break it up, break it up. That was a good hit. You can always tell it's a good hit when a whole pile of enemies all go at once. Come here, you. Get spiked. Oh, they appear to be respawning. That's upsetting. That explains why they didn't drop anything, though. I assume you are responsible for this whole respawning shooter problem. Ow. Okay, so far the stage is upsetting, but not as difficult as the previous one. And I think it's because there aren't those leader enemies here. These are just regular or weird skeleton meat swordsman things. I don't know what the hell these guys are. In case anyone's confused by my statement there, I'm looking at them, I see bones, but I also see body. I don't know. I feel like they might just be corpses that have mostly decayed but got brought back as soldiers. Maybe that's the answer. I don't know. They're weird, and I don't like them. You know what? They're jerky men. They're jerky men soldiers. That's what they are. From now on, that's what these are. The army of jerky men. What else can I call these things? They're dry, stringy meat men. They're jerky troopers, and that's what they'll be forever now. They're also jerks, so it works in more ways than one. Uh-oh. Someone didn't close the bag of salt. There's still more jerky. No. Oh, no wonder. There's still another spawner. God damn. Well, that's upsetting. Alrighty then. Ah. Speaking of upsetting, y'all need a lesson. And that is a lesson in gravity that you'll be receiving. Okay. I said get off. Off the level. Why is this one resisting getting knocked off the stage? The other two left just fine. They understood. You... God damn it, he died again. He stopped respawning, though, so you know what? I'll take it. That's all I wanted out of that, was just to get rid of that spawner. And I wanted to be able to do it in relative peace. I say relative peace because I'm never really gonna have peace around here. The devs have seen to that at this point. Well, this is upsetting. I'm trying to keep using only the smalls because we have only two big ones. And if I can just clear this shit out, we won't need them. But they're not making it easy, nor should they. Ow. Alright, look. I don't like you and you don't like me. But could you stop punching me in the face? That'd be great. I'd appreciate that immensely. Now, I know you're under no obligation to do anything I would appreciate, but you're gonna die anyway. So you may as well just help me out on that one. I went out of my way to kill him to see if he would drop anything, and lo and behold, that proved to be a waste of my time and resources, yet again. Yes, Windows, I know. People are streaming things on YouTube. Good for them. I don't need you to badger me about that right now. Wait. Oh, joy. I'll say this, we are getting through this stage decently well. The other side of that coin, though, is I fear for what we're getting into in a moment here, because it looks like the stage is ending at this point. Well, I guess I couldn't keep getting away with the hippity-hoppities, huh? Hippity-hoppity, your spawner is... Ow. My property. All right. You've got loot in you. I would like that. Thank you. Oh, hey, the thing I was supposed to be fighting this entire time that I've been ignoring in favor of the spawners. Yeah, that thing. That guy. Right. Well, guess I need to use another healing item, huh? Yeah, that's about right. Time to use a big one. Anybody get the number of that bus? I just want to talk. Ow. On the bright side, we did a lot of damage to the boss enemy here doing that. Just doing this to see if any of these guys drop anything extra. Because we're in a comfortable-ish situation at the minute. And I would like it to stay that way by making sure we actually have as many benefits as I can get. And I doubt the shooters will drop anything in this situation, so we'll just finish that job off. Oh, is this not a boss? Huh. I was assuming this was gonna be a boss fight. Not gonna lie. Karmic retribution of high explosives kicked directly into your forehead. Because nothing says karma like kaboom. Ow. Enough out of you. Are we done here? Maybe. Well then. Oh great, upgraded flyers, huh? Oh good. Oh, goody goody. Well, I think we all know what I say to that, and that is, I will disregard your reality and kill your spawner. Hope you liked having a home to go back to, because it ain't gonna be there for long. End to that. Those upgraded flyers probably would have dropped something, but you know what? Fuck it. Wow, that was a really fragile target now, wasn't it? He died in 2 hits. Oh, that's the catch. Right, you know what? Fair enough. You know, somehow I'm okay with how this is going right now. You ever get the feeling this is starting to get out of hand? Because I really am getting the feeling this is getting out of hand here. Ow, ow. Jesus. Well, it was fun being able to stand up while it lasted. But apparently, I am not allowed to have a spinal column anymore. Yeah, he is the target. Okay. I wanted to make sure before I was wasting my time trying to kill him. Considering he is a big pain in the ass in more ways than one. Got him. Just barely, but God. Oh my fucking God, why? So, yeah, definitely getting the feeling we're close to the end, considering how ridiculous this is getting. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Okay, his health bar is reasonable. He's dead already. So the fact that these flyers exist isn't a problem. Okay. I really thought they were gonna, like, start spawning more of them again or something, and I was about to be very upset. Oh, hello. I saw it on my minimap, and I'm like, hold up, I see a thing. I'm stopping for a thing. Now, I know I said I was gonna do the one more stage and then stop when we were finishing up the previous stage. But then we actually started getting somewhere, and, you know, things happened. So if these last 3 stages are all like this one, good God. Because this has been just a fucking nightmare. A doable nightmare, but still a nightmare. You're gonna have to try harder than that. Nee, 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 nee. Monkey in the middle, monkey in the middle. This is stupid that this is working. There we go. I just had to acknowledge that the fact that it was working was stupid, and the game's like, okay, fine, you don't like winning with that? Fine, we'll make that stop working. This whole situation is stupid. I see that attack upgrade down there, and I'm very interested to find out how to get to it. Go. Ow. Do you mind? I'm pathfinding. Leave me alone. Yeah, I think we need to get over there or something to get to that. Because I can't jump off of there. Yeah, you guys go get the guy that's up there. I'll be over here killing your spawn point. Goodbye. He went that way, guys. Oh, fuck me sideways. Well then. Did that say defeat all enemies? Because I don't see a target, so I have to assume this is a defeat all enemies situation, and I'm very unhappy to find that out. So I'm mostly using my healing items right now because I really don't want to have to redo this stage. This stage is so fucking long. Yeah, right, he has super armor when he does the charge. Right. Fooled you. Well, that was awkward for everybody involved. I think that roar it does is like a stun lock prevention, so you can't just like pummel it to death with one move after another. Trick to that is, I can just stand back here and do this, now that he doesn't have an army of friends. 'Cause that's the thing, on its own, one of these golems isn't so bad. It's the goddamn array of backup dancers it usually has that's the problem. I really thought he was gonna die to those hits. Fucking die. We are reaching a point of diminishing returns, however, though, because we are running out of resources and not getting much back. We only have resources, admittedly, because I did that grinding. So, that's a thing, too. Break the targets. Coming through. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Got places to go, people to kill. Don't mind me. Goodbye, frame rate. Alright. You guys are making a nuisance of yourselves. That is your punish for making a public nuisance of yourselves. And I am the public. Oh, I see. I think. See where that broken railing is? I think I can jump down from here to get that. Yeah. Even more attack power increases. Who needs defense? All I need is kill. Give me that. Give me that. Goodbye. Okay, we're having the tanky spawn on our problem again. Also, take note of how little of my health bar those small heals give anymore. That's how far our health bar has come along. That it's like a quarter of this health bar. And I'm pretty sure we're only making it as far as we are because I have a health bar that spans, like, the screen. Like, I would love to say, oh yeah, I'm doing some clever shit and it's working. No, I'm mostly just bullying my way forward through asinine amounts of health. Actually, I wonder, how well are you guys gonna do against this thing? If I let you just keep blowing up on it. This way I can keep attacking as well. This seems to be a little bit quicker. And the actual Legion itself never really got to get much screen time. Wow, they don't appreciate what I am at all. Which is fine, because I don't appreciate what they are either. Oof. Just clobbering these guys. Just in an interest of fucking getting through here. We've had to become this upsettingly strong just to get through. And they're still handing us more power-ups, I would like to point out. We haven't capped out on static upgrades yet. Considering they're still giving me more defense ups and such. Though I wonder if these would have been larges if I hadn't owned up so many smalls. I don't know. Go. Nothing beats the power of bomb. At least nothing beats it for long. Ow. Oh, gonna have to use my other large at this point, because I don't want to burn all of my healing. So I'm gonna hang on to those two smalls as an emergency resource. Because I know that if I use the two smalls, I will invariably burn through enough health that I'll end up burning through the large too. With the large, I might not need to. It still could happen that I end up burning those two. I just see a reality in which that doesn't happen, and I'm hoping that that's the reality we live in. Jesus. I would like to point out, by the way, that this is still the same stage. We've been in this stage for, I think, the past, like, half an hour. Because they just keep spawning new piles of enemies for us to fight through. Over and over and over again. Like, this is... I would say this is reaching the point of absurdity, but no, it reached that point a while ago. It left absurdity behind a while back. Like, we're reaching the point where I'm debating whether I should just save state partway through this stage and come back to it next time, because this stage alone is taking so long. This gives me a genuine expectation that the next two stages are going to be gauntlets like this all over again. Ow. Okay, that big pain in the ass is dealt with. I can dispose of most of you at my leisure at this point. Let me tell you, this stage alone, after I got my second wind from beating the last one, has worn that second wind right back down. Oh, but we've gotten somewhere.
I've waited a long time for this.
Is this the actual fight?
I now possess all of the 3 sacred glyphs. So, Zeke, what can you do to stop it? Do you want to try with your sword?
That's concerning. I really hope this isn't a situation where I have to have Thanatos or I can't win this fight. That didn't do a lot of damage. Oh, I don't like the looks of that. Okay, I see what you're doing here. Okay, sword can actually hurt him. But he's a fucking coward. Okay, that's how that attack works. Got it. Ooh, wow. Wow, his sword works too. His sword really works. Ooh, ooh, ooh. This is exactly the situation I was expecting, though, which is why I was holding on to at least some healing so we could see more of this fight, rather than getting my shit rocked immediately. What did I just say? Get him, boys. See how well you do. Okay, they're working. They're actually doing decent work. Ow. Yeah, no, we need to have a decent amount of healing on hand for this fight, though. Because he hits really fucking hard. If I actually had guilt like I planned to for this, I might actually be doing okay here, because they were doing some good work, and now we're dead. Okay. As I said, I wasn't planning on actually beating this stage today. So I think what's gonna happen, especially since I'm now backing up from that stage, which I did to stop myself from just beating my head against it and trying to finish the last handful of stages tonight, we will beat the game next time. I've got maxed out Crimson Carnage now, which will help, presumably, because it will make that do more damage again. We gained a 10 million experience today. I just want that to be noted in context. We gained 10 million experience compared to the 20,000 experience we gained last session. And we only moved like 2 stages forward. Just consider that absurdity. It's been a little bit since I've been over there. It's been a while since I've been over there. Okay. Just checking a curiosity thing that was gonna be part of my decision. Okay. Coin, you give us the answer to all of our questions, as you tend to do. It's very hard to flip the coin in such a way that you hear it spin through the air on the mic without me dropping it or landing it on top of the mic. Okay. We're probably going to end up interrupting in something important, but it's probably going to be fine. And actually, based on what I'm peeking at, she's not in a boss fight right now or anything, so that should be fine. Those of you that have been around for a bit are aware of Kimmy Lane already, because I've rated her a bunch. But she's good people, so I'm of course going to support that. Let's go back to a more peaceful face while I do the ending bits here. No need to be angry while I'm doing this. So, like I said, Thursday we'll finish this game. Friday we'll see what happens. Saturday will be Ghouls and Ghosts. Theoretically beating that game. We'll see how that plays out. And next week we'll see if I find anything interesting before Monday rolls around again. I may go actually follow through on what I was talking about doing a bunch of games in the same style as this, since the PS2 does have a lot of them, and there's a handful on other systems as well. We'll see what I can get my hands on and make work by then. And that'll determine that one. Get that timer started. But thank you all for taking the time to be here. I know today didn't go as any of us expected, because I had hoped to be able to just plow through and beat the game today, but more grinding is going to be needed. And I'm kind of concerned about the Delacroix fight, but we'll figure that out. Have a good one, be good to Kimmy, and I'll see you next time. Goodbye.